Welcome to TrampCast episode 15, 1-5 already. We're flying through them. I think because we're doing 2 or 3 a week. 2 at least, I think, most weeks. Okay, who's out there? And are you talking to me in chat or not? Live chat rather than top chat if you do decide to join us in chat. I have left it open to everybody. Thomas Erickson, hello there, my friend. I thought you'd be here. We'll give it a few minutes and wait for other people to arrive. I have just opened a can of beer because it is, 8 o'clock. I've started a little bit earlier this week. I thought we might see if, I don't know, maybe we catch a slightly different audience by going a bit earlier. Start at 8 rather than, what's the normal times I've been starting? 9, 10, 10:30, 11 with the Hangouts. Maybe start a little bit earlier this Friday. Just see whether we appeal to more people or not. We'll have to see. My channel seems to have died a death this week. I guess I haven't really got big videos to put out. The videos I have put out have been relatively short. Sammy Adams, hello. There's Rich, hello, and Thomas. What couldn't you finish, Thomas? A beer? That can't be right. But yeah, the channel seems to have died. Nobody's watching anything. I put out a video today. It's a silly little thing, I know, and it's different to the channel's normal content. But hardly anybody's watched my my song about Tina, or about having a doggy at least. Hey, babe. Oh, okay. Let me just take a quick swig. Cheers to you, the early crew. I should like to post reminders of what country, what town, what area you're in, how the weather is. And I will just introduce her ladyship. Here's Tina. Let's see whether she handles the light okay. Hey, babe. Do I get a cuddle? And can I get a cuddle and keep it on camera? No, you've gone very ticklish again, haven't you? Only have to tickle her side and the leg goes. That had calmed down a little bit, but it's gone bad again. Let me turn the light off. Turn it about. Feet again for the pervs. That's become a regular feature of the channel. Okay, folks. Back to live chat, see what people are saying. Cheers, Rich. Oh, so what kind of week have you guys had? The weather is a mixed bag. How far north of Scotland? Are we right up like Dundee way or Aberdeen? Are we Aberdeen or somewhere? I think those are both at the north, aren't they? My geography is not great, I'll be honest. Once you get north of Dumfries, I'm a little bit lost. Show my ignorance. It's one of my charms, showing my ignorance, showing how much I don't know. You're further north. You're on the mainland. Are you going to be like Orkney or Shetland or something? Very top, okay. I couldn't name anywhere right up there other than John O'Groats. Ah. Okay, folks. What's the weather been like? A weather mixed bag for Rich. What about Thomas? What's the weather like in Norway? And Zami, if you're still here, what's it? Where are you at, my friend? And how's the weather been this week with you? You can see Orkney from here. Okay, well that's that says something. The sun has finally reached the frozen north of well, okay, it's central Norway, but it's the north as far as most of us would be concerned. done some yard work and damn near had a heat stroke. Okay. When it gets warm, it does get warm then, warm, or are you just not used to it and you overreact? Or your body overreacts, not you. It's been warm here. In fact, right now, I had to wipe myself before coming online and swipe the hair back a bit. My head is wet through with sweat. Partly it's been a warm day. It's been quite still as well, and I had the fan on out there, but I was trying to manage electricity with the cool box, which really isn't doing its job. The cool box and the fan, and charging phones and things, leaving enough electricity to, like the light that's on here, the lantern, is plugged in for power, and the fly killer. So I've got to leave enough power. I've run it down to about 80% even before the night started, the EcoFlow. And because I've started early, I've closed all the doors and everything early. And technically the sun is kind of still up. So we are baking a little bit in here through closing the doors early. And the flies, that's the other thing though. A lot of flies in this field. A lot of flies in this field at the minute, and they've kind of been plaguing us. I think I had something go bad. Well, I know I did because I found it eventually. But I was watching this swarm of flies inside the tent, and something someone had given me a few weeks ago has gone bad in the bottom of a shopping bag. Nothing big, nothing expensive, but just yeah, something that I've put to one side and then put other bags on top of, and yeah. But even after taking that out 2 or 3 days ago, whenever that was, still plagued by the flies. It's just the field in general. I've just sat out today eating, and well, I cooked and then sat and ate, and there was just a swarm of flies. I was just batting away a swarm of flies from around my plate. Tina, get some incense. I wouldn't know where to obtain such things. I do have some like citronella spray and some other things. Oh, I had the most horrendous thing. Has it gone? I don't remember where it was. I don't remember whether it was on top of my arm, top of my forearm, or on the under forearm. I had the most ginormous reaction to a bite earlier. Never felt the bite, but I had a lump like the top third of a golf ball. I made a 30-second video, but I don't know what to do with that. It doesn't tell a story. It won't go anywhere, and releasing a 30-second video is not gonna impress anybody. But I do have some. I have some sprays, but spray is bad. Probably, yeah. But I can only use what I've got. The Chinese shop. The problem with the Chinese shop is I don't get time to walk around it. In the years I've been here, I've been down about 2 aisles in there. Like, ask the staff for what I need. They take me to it, and I get a memory of where it was. One was for the gas canisters for my small portable camp stove, which I kind of stopped using because at a tenner a go for 4 hours of burning, 4 hours of cook time for €10 just wasn't viable. You know, I'm a tramp in the field. I can't be spending €2.50 every time I cook a stew. So that was one aisle that I used to go down. The other aisle is the aisle where I get the poo bags for Tina. What is it? Bolsas Hygienica, maybe. So those are the 2 main aisles that I've been down in there. Because, well, when I would walk up there with Tina back in the day and tie her up outside, she'd be in the sun, so I couldn't leave her there too long, for one thing. But she would bark once a second every second while I was away from her. So that was no good. And now I tie her up here and I go. and I'll generally, it's a bin run. I'm taking stuff to the bin, and then I just step on another 50 or 100 yards and meters, same thing ish. I step on another, let's say 75 meters, and go to the Chino Bazaar, pick up what I need, and come back. I've got to be going to the bins anyway. I can't not go to the bins. So she gets tied up here, but she doesn't like it. Until, maybe it was a week ago, or maybe it was last week. She's got a spot at that end, at the bottom end of the tent where I do my cooking. She's got a spot under a little bush that she's kind of hollowed out over the months, and that gives her some shade. I found if I tie her up there, she doesn't notice me leave. I can come back past the tent, go around and up the field and away, and I'm kind of back more or less before she notices. Or at least when I'm at the top of the field I can't hear her, whereas previously once a second, every second. She's always been like that separation anxiety. When I used to share an apartment with my friend, I'd go and do the shopping sometimes and leave Tina at home. Not often, usually I take her with me, but just sometimes you want to get that extra. You're going to have stuff on your shoulder, you're going to have stuff in one arm, and you want to have stuff on the other hand. So a dog would just be too difficult. It's already a three-handed job without a dog. So I'd leave her at the apartment, and he'd tell me that for the first 5 minutes she'd be like banging her head against the door, against the front door, and howling and trying to come after me. She liked him, so she would calm down after 5 minutes or so. But that's Tina. This is why I can't even like tie her up inside the tent. She would make a hole in the wall or in the door, as she has done previously in the other tents. There's a reason she's called Tina, Death and Destruction. Hey babe, Daddy loves his girl. Yeah, you are a fucking monster sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, she's smiling at me. Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can show you, because she'll have stopped by the time I. Tina girl, Tina monster. Tina's a monster. Yeah. No. Lost it. Too slow to turn the camera around. Tina babe. Hey, you look a monster. Daddy loves his girl, but she is a monster. Showing people my feet again, folks. For the pervs, seems to have become a thing. There you go. They are dirty. I did just walk outside on the grit and the soil without the shoes. I don't know where these websites are, but apparently most streamers that have shown their feet do end up on certain pervy websites. Hey, if that floats your boat, fair play to you. Look at the fucking state of me. Now chat hasn't come up, so I'm assuming that there has been chat and it's just not showing me. Oh, it's giving me the customary reminders. I'm just scrolling back to where I was, because look, there was Miami Rose with Get Some Incense. Tried the Chinese shop. Spray is bad. You know, what can you do? You can only use what you can get. Insects don't like peppermint and essential oils. Yeah, well, that's some of the sprays I've got are that kind of thing. Like the citronella spray is an oil infused with the citronella. That's more aimed at the mosquitoes. The flies in general, I'm not sure. How old was Tina when you got her? The vets estimated her at between 8 and 10 months old. I got her in the December, so we had to pick a birthday, and I picked April the 1st. That way she could be my little April Fool. That just appealed to my sense of humour. So every year now, on April Fool's Day, it's Tina's birthday. Okay, the YouTube app is welcoming me to chat. and tell me to guard my privacy and things, which is very, very nice of it. I mean, it's my channel, my chat. I don't even have a text box to type in. So what does it want me to guide my privacy with? I don't know. Oh, slow mo is on set to 5 seconds. I didn't remember doing that, but okay. There is a donate link at the top, folks. I mention it purely because I'm saving up for a set of wheels, a harness with a set of back wheels, so that she might be able to get some mobility back. That's the aim. I'm somewhere between half and 2/3 of the way there. I haven't settled on an actual model yet. There's all sorts of intricacies with sizing based on height of the dog, weight of the dog, measurements around her kind of waist and chest or whatever. So I haven't settled on an actual model yet. Plus there's a question of whether we buy from Amazon and how we arrange delivery, or whether we can find something in an actual real world shop, or if one of my friends can and I give them the money. There's questions, but that's the next step. So I don't like to beg, I don't like to ask, but that's what we're aiming for. It's a set of rear wheels for her. Her front, she's strong as an ox on the front, and over time she's been building it up. The more she's pulling herself around and like bum shuffling with her front, pulling on the front, she's bulked up on the chest and kind of shoulders, neck, I guess, as well, a little bit. So if I can get her a set of wheels, that's definitely the next step. That's our next, I was going to say next major purchase, but I want that to be our next purchase at all. Hey babe, get you a set of wheels so Tina can go for a run. At the minute, she's running in her sleep every night and kicking 7 bells out of me. Her back feet are just bang, 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 bang. I'm hoping it's a nice dream that she's having, where she's having a nice run in a field. I'm hoping she's not running away from monsters or from the police or something. Okay, no more chat. We've gone quiet. The numbers have gone up, but the chat's gone quiet. I'll try. Sometimes chat freezes. I'll go top chat and then back to live chat in case. No, you haven't been talking to me. You've gone quiet on me. Okay, folks. For the people who are just dropping in and who might just be investigating for the first time, I am Delta Mike. Or at least he's a character I play on the internet, which is my way of saying that's not my real name. I am a tramp living in a field in a foreign country where I don't speak the language. I do have family back home and I don't want to be embarrassing anybody. So, well, that's not the main reason that the name came about. Was I got a phone and had to set up a Google account and couldn't use my real name because I'd already used that previously and I was locked out of it. So I used my initials, or wanted to, and had to go with the phonetic alphabet. Even that was taken. Delta Mike on its own was taken. So Delta Mike Torrevieja is the short version of the name with the @ symbol when I do things in certain places. And Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, some might say a bum, someone who lives on the streets, or in my case, in a field. That's a bit of blurb from proper TrampCasts that I used to introduce that. Each week I do a program on Sunday where I discuss, usually, the previous 7 days, the successes, the failures, the happenings in my life as a tramp, hobo, all those words we just said. Thumbs up if you could, folks, if you'd find your way clear to it. So each week I do a program called TrampCast, and which I now kind of refer to as TrampCast proper, the proper TrampCast. Occasionally I'll do a program on a specific theme that I call TrampCast Specials, where the program is centered on that one theme. This is a much less structured, in fact zero structure at times, program called a TrampCast Hangout. where just the guys who attend those other programs come, say hello, and we just chew the cud. We just talk about what's happened this week, what's happened maybe in science, in technology, in our lives, what's the weather doing, blah blah. We touch on politics sometimes. Try not to go too deep. Last week I went a little bit off the deep end. We're not doing that again. Sorry guys. I am not dropping N-bombs just because I don't want to have my speech policed. But yes, if you're new here, I did that last week. I said the N-word just because I believe that you should be able to. Didn't call anybody out. It wasn't directed at any individual, any group of people. It was I say this word because freedom. That was all. So it's not a belief I have. It's not something I use. It's not. I did admit that I have once called somebody it. I was doing it incorrectly, and it was they were trying to defraud me of money. It's a long story, but that's not where we're going. Just to say, we can touch on politics, but we're not going deep and heavy. We're not saying whether we're on Trump's side or Elon Musk's side, or whether we're with the Democrats and all the Republicans are a bunch of... We're not doing any of that. We're not getting into any of that. It's fun to comment that it's happened. This is the week where Donald Trump and Elon Musk got divorced and are now slinging mud at each other and calling each other all the paedophiles under the sun. Mr. Trump has Mr. Musk has a record of calling people paedophile when he falls out with them. Like with his little submarine that when he wanted to save the football team that were trapped under in the caves that time, potholing or spelunking, whatever you want to call it. And an English guy who was one of the actual divers on the team said that the submarine would never have worked. And so Musk just turned around and called him a paedophile. The guy brought litigation against Elon Musk and lost, even though it was a sure win. Legally, it was just so definite a win. But you go up against the richest man in the world and... Anyway, let's get back. That's what this program is. That's what it's about. It's just us. From the TrampCast proper and from TrampCast Specials, we just hang out and chat. Feel free to join in if you've got questions. Who are you? Why are you a tramp? What's the story? There is a whole video covering that topic called TrampCast 001. The numbers, not 1. That was my first ever live stream. I'd been promising my 200 subscribers at the time that we would have that conversation when I hit 200. I think I was on 150 or 140 when I made that promise. We soon hit the 200 and did the live stream, and it answers all those questions. Who is this guy? What's his background? Where did he grow up? What country is he from? Blah blah. Where did he live? What's his education? What's his what university did he go to? What degree did he have? Employment history, business history. What brought him out of the UK into Spain, and how did he then end up homeless and living in a tent? All those questions, or the vast majority of them, are answered in TrampCast 001. But if you're new here, new to the channel, and want to ask, I can give a potted history. I don't want to go on too much because the regulars here will have heard it all 100 times before. And if they haven't, folks, TrampCast 001. It's only 2.5 hours. Put it on in bed at night and go to sleep to my dulcet tones. And then the next day, rewind it back to where you fell asleep and listen to the rest again the next night. Good fun. Okay, let me see whether I'm missing anything. Google asking for your name is how you became Thomas. Yeah, Thomas is a pseudonym, and everybody, well, I don't know. We discussed it the other week, didn't we? But Hold on, Miami Rose. Why can't your family in the UK help with bank, etc.? Ah, because we don't talk. Basically, there's it was always a little strained. My brother worked for me or with me. Pick your wording. It was my company, so technically for me. Um, he left at a certain point. Left the business. We were both living in my mum's old house, but after I moved out here, there were allegations that I damaged the house in some way. Since then, there's been other fallings out with him and my sister and my ex-wife, and I don't know. I don't know. We're not really in contact. We're not talking. Things have fallen apart since I left. I don't know. My wife went to the bank, technically, still my wife, went to the bank to try and sort things out, but because we'd separated, we'd split the bank accounts and things, and their answer is just, your name's not on the account, go away, when she walks in. They don't want to know. Um, yeah. So as I've said before, the only way I can get my money. So for anyone new who's listening in, my bank in the UK don't believe I'm me, and are stopping me accessing my money to protect the account holder, me, but they don't know that. They're trying to protect the account holder from this guy in Spain who's trying to get my money. But the guy in Spain trying to get my money is me. And they've given me a procedure to get access to my money. I have to get myself back to the UK, walk into my branch in my hometown, in the town I live in, and present my documents. My documents were ruined in a flood. I don't have the money to get back to the UK. I have a dog which puts extra cost. It costs about €500 to get a dog back to the UK. Let me keep going. Oh, I've got a legal problem hanging over my head, and the police here are messing. The police and courts have been messing me about for just a few years now, and well, I get arrested if I go to the airport. Apparently, which I found out when I went to the airport. The British consulate stroke embassy, all they do is say legal troubles, you have to go through the process. There's nothing we can do to help you with the process. You're in a foreign land, you're under their jurisdiction. Get that out of the way and then we might be able to help. Might. I asked, can you not just prove to my bank that I'm me? Tell them, yes, it's him, and free up my money. And then maybe find some way of getting the cards to me. I need new cards, new whatever, pins, whatever you need. Get your legal thing out of the way first, and then we might be able to help you. That kind of thing. So that's that. So for the last, on August the 14th, it will be 3 years homeless. So how far off is that? Where are we now? June the 6th, because it's D-Day. To the gallant heroes that that were on those boats those days, starting that day and onwards, or actually the night before, because some were dropped behind enemy lines. But to the heroes of D-Day. I know drinking a beer might not be the best respect ever, but I don't know. Where was I going? Where was I going before I went off there? I'm not sure. I've lost myself, lost my train of thought. Red tape, yeah. It's you're in another country. You have to abide by the laws of the other country. Spain love their bureaucracy, but they're really, really bad at it. Some countries like Germany love their bureaucracy and are shit hot precise with it. Or were the last I heard. And some of the Scandinavian countries similarly are very red tape and bureaucracy. But It's not even a hiccup. My friend, Swedish guy, had to get his passport renewed, and this was what, 4 years ago maybe. Uh, he couldn't. There was no internet. You couldn't do any of it over the internet. He had to fly back to Sweden. He got off the plane, went to the national police, did whatever needed doing, stayed at a friend's, I think, for 2 nights, came back to the national police, got his passport, booked his flight, came back. It was like 3 days turnaround. Now they have to do that every 5 years. I think they have introduced some sort of internet option now. But yeah, that some countries that have bureaucracy and are really good at it. Spain have bureaucracy. It's not just that they're bad at it; they deliberately make it bad to keep them in to keep extra workers in work, keep extra people employed. If you have to go somewhere and make 5 visits to get something straightened out, that's 5 visits. That's 5 times somebody has to be seen. You need 5 officers in the thing, not 1. It's sounds like a conspiracy theory, but red tape, yeah. So yeah, that's me up to date with chat, I think. So let's discuss what's happening in the world. Anybody got any thoughts on anything, not too political, but anything in the news? Has any science or technology caught anybody's eye? I got a couple of things that I've seen in the last few days, or over the last week. Something I mentioned, I don't know, 3 or 4 episodes ago about damage to the what's the macular degeneration, is it the iris? The part of the back of the eye that the image is focused onto. In all animals except mammals, so amphibians and whatever the fuck else we've got, anything that's not a mammal, lizards and all of that, their bodies are able to repair damage to like optic nerves and certain parts of the eye, but mammals don't have this ability. There's a protein that would help suppress, it's autoimmune. Your immune system targets that part of the eye. And I was talking a few weeks ago, like I said, about a totally different disease, but a similar concept. Autoimmune over time, as you get old, damaging that part of the eye. And this is a different cause, but similar mechanism. And the company's been working now for about 16 years on a device implanted within the eye that, well, it delivers a protein that stops the immune system attacking that part of the eye. But it's not like you put it in and it's got a load of this protein inside and it slow releases over time. That's not what's happening. The device takes other, I'm not sure whether it takes amino acids or other shorter proteins and adds them together to turn them into this other thing, which then protects the eye. Not just protects, but allows the body to do a certain amount of recovery. So certain eye diseases, it looks like we're on the cusp of, it looks like this technique, this device can be made to do different proteins that would do different work. Like I said, it's not that it doesn't come preloaded with the proteins and just deliver them. It's not just like a pill or implanted thing that leaches it out. It actually creates the protein inside the eye. But we got medications that are coming along to do things, and we've got devices that can be implanted to do things. I see the Arctic has been gaining more ice. Yeah, this is a regular topic we seem to come up on, isn't it? Touch on global warming and whether it's real or not, and the hundreds of billions of tons of ice that have been deposited this last winter. That's interesting because I was reading, well, not just reading, there's a guy online called Simon Webb, History Debunked. I tried to talk about him again a couple of weeks ago, and I couldn't remember the name of the channel. He's a prolific author of literature, but also some non-fiction. But he is prolific. He's possibly, and he stated this himself, and hasn't been able to find any evidence to contradict it. He thinks he's written more Western books than anybody else ever. And all this is while writing articles he made his living. He's older now. He made his living writing articles for newspapers and magazines. Some true murder, murder mystery, true whatever they're called. He used to do a lot of that, but in amongst all that, he's written more Western novels than anybody else ever. But he's always online. He does 2 or 3 5-minute videos a day, and there's zero editing in them. He just delivers to camera and posts them out. And but he was saying about how in the 70s the fear was that we were headed towards an ice age. 400 years of data showed a distinct decline in temperatures, and we were definitely headed for an ice age. And now global scientists using data covering the same period tell us that there's a definite uptrend. And you're like, how does that work? The data was recorded like by random people in history, different places at different times. In London today, it's, Samuel Pepys or someone would have been writing in his diary, it's a windy day or a rainy day, and the temperature was. And modern scientists took that data and corrected it. And took a general downtrend and somehow turned it into an uptrend. Maybe. Allegedly, possibly. But I remember when I was a kid in the 70s, when I was 10, let's say 90, somewhere between 75, 78. So 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. I remember lots of talk and TV programs, Panorama or QED or whatever it would have been at the time. Those kind of BBC documentary type programs talking about an upcoming ice age and different mitigation strategies. And I was just reminded of this today because this bloke, Simon Webb, History Debunked, did a video on the same topic, and he didn't state an opinion. He just stated at one point in history we were able to look back on 400 years of data and say it's definitely getting colder. And 50 years later, people are using the same data to say it's consistently been getting warmer. I don't want to go off too deep on the old global warming and geoengineering and everything. I'm kind of, I don't know, how would you describe what I am? I haven't got a firm opinion either way. I'm skeptical though, because science produces forecasts that maybe not correct, like maybe not accurate initially, but with a little refinement, the forecasts get better and become correct. And so far, we haven't seen medium to long-term predictions that are anywhere near. We've had a succession of the ice caps are going to be gone in 10 years. This is going to be gone in 10 years' time. Mass extinctions and everyone will have to move north to cooler climates, and you'll be able to grow wine in Aberdeen. Grow grapes and make wine. And none of these things as far as I know. It's an example I used earlier when I was in a discussion in a forum online. The ozone layer, the hole in the ozone layer specifically. So we put a satellite in orbit and we looked down and we could see the ozone layer for the first time in infrared, ultraviolet, whatever you know what I mean, whatever technology it was. And the first time we did that, we went, oh fuck, there's a hole. And we decided, oh, that's bad, we better close that. Why? How do we know that there hasn't always been a hole? How do we know that hole hasn't been doing something useful? How do we know maybe the holes come and go over time in different places and maybe it's just a natural cycle? The idea that you get a way of looking and the first time you look you see something and you decide we must change that. That seems perverse to me. When Pasteur and people were looking through microscopes for the first time and they saw a wriggly little, you know, a whole new life form that had previously been undiscovered, their first thought was, this is terrible, we must kill it. It was, oh look, this is the thing, it's there, let's document it. I gone off on one. Let me get my fingers. Hello, Josie. Heavy stuff. Yeah, I don't want to go off too much on the global warming thing. It's interesting. I'm skeptical. I'm not a global warming denier. I'm not the biggest conspiracy theorist, but I am open-minded on it. But yeah, it's interesting to me that in the 70s, they said they had 400 years of data and it showed global cooling. We were headed for an ice age. And now every graph you see that covers that same period, that same 400 years plus the last 50 years, and they say it all shows an uptrend. Well, where did the downtrend go that they saw during the 70s? They were the same level of academics, they were the same level of scientists. How did that downtrend get reversed into an uptrend in such a short period of time? It was 400 years of data. You've added 50 years on and now it's not a downtrend, it's an uptrend. Anyway, shall we try and move on, because we do tend to get off on one when we go this route. We'll be talking geoengineering and cloud seeding and stuff next, and I don't really want to go there again. It's not man-made, it's natural cycles of the sun. It's very possible. It's very possible. I'm open to the possibility. They say that they control for that within the data. But that just means messing with the data. That means taking a reading and fudging the numbers up or down depending on where we are within the cycle. And that's just a way of playing with the numbers, isn't it? Why not just leave the numbers where they were and try and draw your line? Too much fun in the period. Josie says all the scientists were stoned. They were all busy at Woodstock and yeah, okay. The after effects, the hippie period. From what I gather, most people didn't really like hippies, but it was a fun. I remember the 70s to some extent. That was my childhood, my earliest memory. So I was born in 68. So let's say 73 onwards, I can remember. I've got some vague memories earlier than that, but 73 onwards, I kind of fairly fully remember, including TV news and TV programs and things. Yeah, so it's interesting. I remember all the talk of ice ages and what we could do to stop them. It's just really interesting that the data can reverse from that same 400 years. Then the scientists drew graphs with a downward line, and now it's not the same scientists because it's 50 years later, but scientists of the same academic standing can now plot the same period and show the graph going up for that 400 years. Tina girl, Tina, it's okay. It's just nice people walking past. Tina's okay. Hey babe, come here. Come here, I'll get you some treats later. I've got treats for Tina. Not now, no, later. Later. But you gotta be a good girl, okay? You gotta be a good girl. That's my girl. Okay folks, 6 people here, only 4 thumbs up. And I'm sure there are others that have been and gone already. But I was trying to remember some of the other things that I've... Oh, okay. I was reading earlier and I was lost. I was reading about this disease taking over Africa and how it was spreading. And I was lost. A disease called Mpox. M as in the letter M. M for Mike. Mpox. And I was lost. It took me half an hour to realise they've just rebranded monkeypox that they were talking about a year or 2 ago. They decided it was unfair to call it monkeypox and they just wanted to rebrand it. And I think the reason it was unfair to call it monkeypox was because the implication was that people had been having sex with monkeys to catch it. So they didn't want that implication, so they did what all the best modern people do now. Rebadge it, rebrand it. So I'm reading this article thinking, how is this thing such a big deal? And I've never heard of Mpox. I've never heard of it. What the fuck is Mpox? And yeah, I finally, I had to go onto Google and type Mpox equals monkeypox, question mark. And the AI, I didn't get like a website answer. I got the AI answer saying, yeah, they rebranded it, rebadged it. So I'm glad I made the connection myself, otherwise I would have still been locked. Nowhere in the article did it say Mpox, formerly known as, you know, now whenever they say X, formerly known as Twitter, and like that's like 2 years later or whatever it is, and they're still doing that, but they rebadged this disease and just don't mention monkeypox. But apparently it's still spreading quite badly. But it spreads through sexual contact, and it's mainly in the gay community, and gay men are very, very promiscuous. They haven't got a partner saying, no, I've got a headache, go away. Not tonight, dear. They haven't got that, so they're just all at it, and it spreads. So there's that. That was in the news I saw. It just got me that I spent so long reading the article thinking, how is this thing so widespread and why are they on such alert about it? Constant fear about everything though, yeah? But how are they on such alert about it? And I'd never heard of Mpox. Just rebranding. Can't have you associating things that they don't want you to. Let me, for the people who've just arrived, like Josie, that have arrived late, let me show you my girl. There she is. I'll see if I can put some light on the situation. There she is. Hey, Tina. Hey, come and say hello to Josie. A big bag of food. Josie that brought the big bag of dog food for Tina. Hey? Yeah, we've still got it, haven't we? Still got it. Big bag of dog food. Let's do that. You're sure they'll be working on a vaccine for it? Let's not go off on the anti-vax thing. I'm a believer in vaccinations in general. But when 5 years later, or 4 years, I guess, since the vaccine, 5 years since the 5 years since 2019 and the discovery of the virus, you know the one I'm on about. Yeah, mRNA. I'm not convinced. All the statistics now show that taking mRNA vaccines left you more likely to recatch COVID. We're gonna have a little World Health Organization, United Nations banner under this chat, aren't we? This is why I want to touch on and not go too deep into. I think mRNA vaccines are untested, and the one you can buy in a 6-pack, that's lost me. Explain, if you can, without breaking the rules of YouTube. But the stats now. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was slow. Yeah, the beer. Yeah, the beer virus. Does that still exist? Did that kill its sales, or did that boost it, or is it just limping along? I don't know how that is. Yeah, but mRNA vaccines. It was the first mRNA vaccine, or there was 2 or 3 of them, weren't there? Some of the vaccines that were released were standard old-fashioned vaccines, rushed through with inadequate testing still. But the mRNA was unproven technology, used in ways that even the creator said it wasn't designed for, and that didn't match the hype. All of that get boosted to save everybody's life and stop the spread. Oh no, it doesn't stop it spreading. Politics, folks. We're touching on the politics. I don't know, had none. No, I didn't either, but that wasn't because I chose not to. I wasn't offered any. Some people that were here in my city, at the time I was in an apartment, still had a little bit of money at that time, so would have, could have, should have got vaccines, but people that didn't have the right documents were being turned away. The government was saying, no, you don't need documentation, even if you're illegal. Go get the vaccine to save people's lives. Go get the vaccine. But people here in Torrevieja were being turned away from the hospital and having the police called on them for being illegal. So I didn't go. I didn't mix with people, basically. I wasn't particularly bothered either way. I was watching John Campbell, and he started off pro-vaccine, got vaccinated, and then over time, even as a doctor and a scientist, not a doctor, not a medical doctor, he was a doctor of nursing, as in he had a doctorate from a university, which is higher than a doctor. Doctors don't have doctorates. You need a master's level education to be a medical doctor. Actual doctors with a doctorate from a university have higher qualifications. It's just not in medicine necessarily. Get your doctorate. If you've ever been to a UK hospital and you're speaking to a really senior doctor who gets called Mr., he got a doctorate. Normal doctors don't have a doctorate. When the doctor gets a doctorate, they then call him Mr. as if he's something above and special. It's a quirk of the UK education system, I guess, going back and adopted in other countries when they spawned off from the UK and from the UK education system. I don't know where I was going before I went off on doctorates and stuff. Oh, Dr. Campbell and vaccines. He'd had the vaccinations, and then he was becoming concerned at all the reports of side effects and how the government wouldn't do research and how the government wouldn't promote like vitamin D, which is really cheap, and all of the statistics were saying would be really helpful. And he went off on a tangent then. He went off on one, and he's now a fairly strong anti-vaxxer, I think you could say, but not without reason. He's backed by the science. Allegedly. YouTube. We don't need the World Health Organization banner underneath. All those people that studied so hard can also become tramps. I did, you know. I got a degree. Yeah, it's yeah, the card you get dealt. Yeah, in life. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I got a degree. Never did me any good. Never landed me a job. I'm not even sure it helped me. It was a business degree. I'm not sure it helped me when I ran my business because I did the whole degree and I learned so little that I didn't already know. It was just doing long essays, writing long papers and sitting in boring lectures and tutorials. But yeah, tramp in a field with my Bachelor of Business Administration. And then they wanted me to go and spend a fortune and do the MBA, the Master of Business Administration, in which I would have spent another year or two and learnt nothing extra, but I would have picked up a different ticket, a different certificate. Just no. Just no, thank you. Have we got any other topics, folks? Enjoy life the way you can, and sometimes helping out others. Yeah, and thank you for all the help. And I will pay it forward one day. I will pass on to others. I will help other people. I already do when I can. The guy across the field, I haven't seen or heard him or his dog for about 2 weeks, maybe 3. I don't know if he's still there, and I can't walk around there with Tina, which she can't get that far at the minute. Not until we get her wheels that we're going to get her. But they've got to be good cross-country wheels when we do get them for rough terrain. How is the weather over here? The weather over here is getting hotter. We've had a few days touching on 30 degrees outside. Hotter inside the tent, obviously. A couple of days had a bit of wind, a bit strong winds, but only at times. And I think it might have been when the tide changes. I know the Mediterranean doesn't have much of a tide, but it does have something of a tide. And you do get that sometimes where the winds pick up at those points. So 12.5 hours or 13 hours apart, you suddenly get a strong breeze, let's call it. Noticeable, sometimes good, because it helps with the through draft through the tent, the wind blowing in one door and out the other. But there was one time when I'd got wet towels hung sideways on, so that the fan's blowing through, and I've got 2 or 3 wet towels here with the fan blowing through, and that's supposed to produce a cooling effect. But I think it was nullified by strong winds blowing through the tent that way. So I'm laid here in this bedroom part that doesn't get those breezes. I might have to start sitting in my chair out in the living room part. I got out of that habit last year because the living room part of the tent was the hottest part in that tent last year. This has a slightly different setup with the doors and windows and things. I've also this year I've got these silver panels, these silver tarpaulins, one at the south end of the tent and one here on the east. So when the sun comes up in the morning, it's shining onto a silver tarpaulin, hopefully reflecting the heat away and stopping the tent getting as warm as quickly. And then through the day, as it moves around to the south end of the tent has got one of these sheets as well, one of these tarpaulins as well. So that's helping keep it a little bit cooler in here. But I am I am having to resort to evaporative cooling. Wetting a towel. Okay, Josie, later. I am having to resort to wet towels to keep food cool and things. Partly because I've got so much at the minute, it doesn't all fit in the cool box. And partly because the cool box isn't doing its job. My friend Mark left the country a couple of days ago and brought 2 bottles of frozen water. And so I put those in the cool box to help keep everything there cooler. Because it does cool slightly, it's using a lot of power. But last year it would get the temperature down to 13 degrees. This year it's only just getting below 20, maybe 19, possibly 18 sometimes. But I know why that is, I just don't know what to do about it. The mechanism got gunked up with insects because it was outside over winter. So I will get to that. I need to take that apart and work on that. Work on how I do cooling in here. Having this fan working, because I've got electricity, having the fan working and blowing through edgeways on through these wet towels, and then a fan this and blowing air that way, produces cooling. But it takes a big chunk of the floor space in the living room of the tent. It makes it difficult to move around and so, for example, Tina will lay down at this end of the tent, this end of the living room, and her water will be over that end, and she has difficulty getting there. Hold on. Thomas is looking into getting a small tarp. He has a solid rain poncho, but something to cover your bag and something for the shoes, did that say? Something for the shoes as well. The rain and southern bugs and critters you're not looking forward to. Yeah, once it warms up and nature kind of comes alive. Yeah. Tarps are great. Ponchos are great. If it's like a military one that's like big enough to sleep in, you get a poncho, and then you can get a poncho liner, which is almost akin to a sleeping bag. But something a bit bigger to make an A-frame kind of tent out of, or something, or a what do you call the pointed one when you do it diagonally over the top, something to provide a bit of extra shelter over the top. Yeah. No, those are great. I'd love to have had, when I was first made homeless, I would have given my right arm for something like that. I just had 2 picnic blankets, fairly thin ones at that. Still got them, and I view them quite fondly, even though they're full of holes and wouldn't. They're not. The plastic side is no longer waterproof and wasn't waterproof for very long, but better than nothing, and has saved me in multiple situations. But the first 3 months, it was all I had. That was my waterproofing. Overlap 2 picnic blankets with the plastic side down and the blankety side up. Overlap them slightly, lay on that, and then wrap them over, so you've got plastic on the ground and plastic comes around and on top, and overlap them again, and that was my rain barrier. That was me for rain and for keeping off the dew and any other kind of moisture, fog or whatever it was. 3 months. No, what am I talking about? 3 months? No, 4 or 5. 3 months in this field. 2 months in the park before that. Jeez. I can't believe, where are we now? June the 6th, so July, August. It's 2 months and a week. Tomorrow, 2 months and 1 week tomorrow, it will be 3 years that I've been homeless in the wilds of Torrevieja. And I literally started with nothing. a hold-all. A hold-all, 2 picnic blankets, a bag with some dog food, and a cushion for the dog. Yeah, I have discussed this many times. It's there in many other videos, probably in TrampCast 001 or some of those other early videos. I won't go off on one about it now, not too much anyway. Thomas doesn't want to be dragging. Have I missed anything else? No, there was the critters. Don't want to be dragging a tent around. Want to stay mobile. Some of these tents now are incredibly small. What, 2 or 3 kilograms, including the poles? If you go for a dome tent with fiberglass poles, whatever. But yeah, if you could do something just a poncho or some kind of bivvy or whatever on the ground, and then a cover over the top and an extra cover over the top. Yeah, taps. You want ones that have got the loops in the middle. You don't just want the grommets and the corners and down the edges. You want the loops in the middle, give you a bit more flexibility about which way you can pull them out or what you can do with them. Diamond point was the format or the set that I was thinking of for where you fold one corner under and have that on the ground, and you kind of sit on that, and then the rest goes up and then over. A diamond point configuration. But yeah, the more features it has, and the tougher and sturdier it is, and whether you need it to be you pay extra for it to be camouflage, or DPM, whatever, disruptive pattern material, whatever you want to, whatever terminology you want to go with for the different shades of green. Yeah. But yeah, something, yeah, stuff that gives you good flexibility. If you know the weather's going to be good, 9 days out of 10, then a tarp thrown over the top of a poncho or sleeping bag, and you're away. You're fine. As long as you've got some kind of fallback for if it goes wrong, for if it rips, tears, blows away. Yeah, especially if you buy it off Temu. Don't buy anything off Temu that you rely on, or AliExpress or any other Chinesium. Not being racist, it is about the quality of the goods, not about the people making them or selling them. They just need... Oh, we got some shops here in Torrevieja that sell the same stuff as the Chino bazaars, but that insist on quality control. They'll have inspectors visit the factories, or they'll do quality control inspections at this end and reject the entire order if it's not good enough. But yeah, you only buy local, yeah. Oh, I've suddenly developed the hiccups. Oh, I had some of that lovely meat today. If you saw the delivery, was it the day before yesterday or maybe the day before that? The lady who dropped the bag off on the path, and it had these beef cheeks. I didn't really... Farmer suggested a recipe to me, but it was a bit too involved and a bit too long-winded. Involved cooking them in liquid and it sounded, I can't remember the word for that. When you might like flash fry them to get them a bit of colour, then you put them braise them. When you put them in the pan, and then you bring the liquid up to halfway on the meat and braise them. That was one suggestion, but in the end I just went with cutting them into, well, I tried cutting them into slices, but they were a bit chunkier than that. And I fried up some onions first, always onion number first, as my chef tutor tells me, Chef Jean-Pierre, always onion number first. I got the onion going, and then I put the meat in, push the onion to one side, still in the pan, but put the meat in to get a bit of Maillard reaction, a bit of browning on the meat. And then I had some frozen veg. Well, it was frozen when it was delivered. That was from Mark, the day after the lady who dropped the meat off. So we just discussed was it TrampCast last week or was it the Hangout? We discussed how I needed more protein in my diet. And the next thing you know, a lady drops off €10 worth of beef. I don't know if she'd seen the TrampCast. I don't know if she even knew that I do these, or whether she was just someone nearby who was leaving the country and just dropped. She didn't stop to talk. She got down to here, she heard Tina barking, and she kind of ran. By the time I got out the door, she was already at the top of the field, and I had to shout thank you and wave. But if you're out there, mystery lady, thank you very much. The meat's greatly appreciated. It stayed frozen for a couple of days, and it stayed cool for however much longer that is after a couple of days. And I've just had the first batch of it today, and there's so much of it. I've still got half a pan of it, either for supper tonight or for breakfast tomorrow. It should be fine overnight. Spain, I wouldn't be leaving food lying around like for days. You wouldn't make a 3-day stew in June onwards. You might get away with it if you reheat it and boil it, like a stew. This is if you reheat it and boil it each day, and especially if you're eating half of it and putting fresh ingredients in each day. But this was lovely. I am so full from this meat. I don't know if it's coincidence that I was talking about needing more protein in my diet, and the next thing you know, this lady drops off, what was it, nearly 700 grams of beef. You can't argue with that. I mean, I'm assuming that she saw the TrampCast, the podcast, whatever you want to call, whatever it was, whatever this is. Is it a podcast? Is it a TrampCast? Is it a hangout? Is it just a tramp in a field? A tramp and his dog? Almost glamping nowadays, I have to admit. Almost glamping. I want to do a sign on the side of the tent. Not camping. Like homeless survival, not camping. Because in my mind, camping is like a leisure activity. You decide, oh, I'm going to go off and spend overnight in the woods. I'm going to go off and spend 3 days. We'll do the weekend. We're going to go off as a family. We're going to spend 1 week on a campsite in, name a seaside town. Cleethorpes in England, maybe. It's a leisure activity. This is me upgrading from being a man and 2 picnic blankets in a field. I built a shelter. It was rubbish. It fell apart after 3 or 4 months. Someone bought me a second-hand tent. With your guys' help, I was able to buy a tent. And then when that fell apart, we bought this one again with your help. So appreciative of all your help. But I don't view it as camping. I mean, I'm in a tent. There's no doubt in that. But to me, it's survival. I don't have a choice. I've got nowhere else to go. You know, I've got a friend Joby, the Englishman who arrived here not the February 3 months ago, but the one a year ago, and he spent 3 months here in the field, and now he's off and he's travelled all around the country. He's kind of camping. He's on a bicycle. He goes off. He finds a spot and he's there for the day, or for 2 days or 3 days at most, and then he's off again to the next spot. If it was just survival, you'd pick a spot and kind of stay, I think. That's what I did. I've got a dog who can't move. I don't know, folks. This is survival. In my mind, it's survival. I want to write that in big letters. big letters on the side of the tent. Through the day, I lift the plastic, the tarpaulin. I lift the tarp up at this end in the morning to free up the doorway, greater airflow in. In an afternoon, when the sun works around this side, I'll put it down again to shade the sun, keep the sun from shining in. When the sun shines on the floor gets hot, and the heat kind of circulates and makes the rest of the tent hot. So I will sacrifice the breeze a little in the afternoon as part of my cooling process or procedure. But I just, when I raise the tarp, people can see it's a fairly new tent. So I lose some of the sympathy. People think I'm just camping. If they've not been here before, or if they're not here regularly, they just see what looks like a shiny, bright blue new tent. And then if they look through the door and they see the fan going, and then not only am I camping, but I'm glamping. I'm here with somehow an electricity supply. I think that's what the Red Cross, when they turned up that day, asking me, there was a storm about to hit, and the Red Cross came around for the first time in the 2.5 years I've been in this field. They came round, asked if I needed anything, and then one of them saw the solar panel and the cooler and just went, oh no, doesn't need us, go. And I think you lose the sympathy, you lose the fact that you might need help, because people see it and just, oh, he's camping or glamping, he's got everything he needs. And I don't always have. On that occasion I did actually tell them already, no, I don't need anything. They were offering me warm food and warm coffee, and I just made a pot full of coffee and had a warm meal earlier. So yeah, it's a bit tricky. Tom, so okay, has chat timed out on me, or have you all gone quiet? You've all gone quiet, okay. I noticed people dropping it. There's probably people leaving, new people coming in. So I will give the quick explanation for anyone who's new. Chat is open. It's open to everybody. You can come and introduce yourself if you will. Feel free to just lurk for a while and find out the who, how, what, when, where, when, how. I'm sure I said something twice in that. But I am a homeless guy, an Englishman, trapped in Spain by circumstance. And I do mean trapped. I've had a lot of grief from the police, although not in the last 12 months, it has to be said. I think they learnt their lesson. That's what I think. No doubt they'll turn up soon and explain that's not the case. I got a dog who's immobile. She can't, her back legs are failing. Doesn't look to be any way forward. I'm trying to save up to buy a set of wheels for her. She used to run like grease lightning. She's not particularly old. She's not at an age where this should be happening. She's just turned 9 years old a month or two ago. April the 1st, so 2 months ago. Oh, one of my sets of Christmas lights has just come on. Solar powered lights, folks. 3 sets of solar powered lights, 2 coloured, 1 white light, quite a blue white. And I've got a battery operated one here. I'm just going to turn on because it's just extra. I don't know, did it make a difference? Slightly. There's the shadow down this side of my head. Oh, I've hit it too many times. That's the setting. Slight difference to you on the camera, but not really. I've still got 2 sets that haven't come on yet, surprisingly. Probably not too long to go. Where was I? Trapped in Spain by circumstance. Been homeless for almost 3 years now. We're 2 months away. 2 months and a week, I think I just worked it out as. 2 months and a week away from being homeless for 3 years. Technically a little bit more. I was kicked out of my apartment. My bank don't let me have my money. They don't accept I'm me. So I was kicked out of my apartment illegally. Stayed with a friend for 2 or 3 months. I guess, strained the friendship, and eventually she said, look, if you can't sort things out with your bank, you'll have to go. And so I went to live in the park. So it was like the March or so that I was made homeless. So it's already over 3 years, really. But I stayed with friends for a while. My friend Ismo from Finland, I shared an apartment with for 1 month in that period as well. So I stayed with a friend, moved in with Ismo. He went back to Finland. I moved back in with the same friend, strained the friendship and had to move out. And went and lived in the park. And long story, I don't really want to go into it here. TrampCast 001 has the full details. But this is a TrampCast Hangout. Most of the people here are probably regular viewers of the main TrampCast, which is a weekly show. I do a weekly broadcast where I explain the events of the last 7 days. There's another thing I do called TrampCast Specials on a specific topic. And then there's this, which is just a hangout, just chatting with you guys. I like to keep it away from politics where I can. We can touch on it, but I don't want to go too heavy. Things can get nasty and divisive, and I end up losing subscribers. And subscribers are important to me because you're my lifeline. I'm not monetized with YouTube because my circumstances don't allow it. I've easily got enough. I meet all of their criteria, and I was monetized for a short while. But before they will pay out, there are certain tax documents and things you have to produce. I'm in a foreign country. I don't have those documents for whatever reason. TrampCast 001. And so I can't be monetized. So the donation link at the top of chat, should be pinned at the top of chat, is my lifeline. That's how I get by. Donations via PayPal, or here in the real world, people come to me in the field that I'm in. They'll bring me food, drink, water, sometimes a cold beer. Thank you, Mark. This week it was Mark with the cold beer. And the ice, which helped me make some other beer cold. That was Mark as well, so thank you, Mark. Slobbering. But people come to me here in the field. Some will hand me a small financial donation, €5, €10, sometimes a little bit more. Appreciate all the help I get that way. But as I was saying earlier, my dog is immobile. It looks like it's a one-way street. It's deterioration. The deterioration has slowed down, fortunately. But I want to get her a harness and a set of wheels for her back end, such that she can be a little bit mobile. But it kind of has to be all-terrain. No, we're not going for silly little wheels. It has to be able to handle rough ground because of where we live. We live in a field, you know, down a track. The walks that we take would be along cliff tops and you know, on terrain, on ground. So that's my next project. That's what I'm saving up for. I don't have enough for that yet, but we're pricing up the options. We're looking around at the alternatives. These things seem a little complicated in the sizing, based on the size of the weight, the size of the chest, length of leg, and then, like I said, the wheels and the weight of the dog. Did I say the weight? There seems to be quite a few factors involved, and I'm not a specialist in it. I don't want to buy the wrong thing. But we've got that to get sorted sooner rather than later. At the start of the year, I'll be honest, I thought she would have been gone by now. She's holding up remarkably well. When you look at how rapid the progression was, how rapidly she was deteriorating. Can you talk about deteriorating and progression in the same sentence? The progression of the disease and how her condition deteriorated. I guess you can, I just did. I was really fearful. I mean, I was almost crying at the idea she might not make it through January or February. Now it's hellish hard work taking her for her ablutions, taking her for her for her necessaries. I am, to a large extent, carrying the back end off the ground. We have a nice elasticated belt, slightly elasticated, tied around her waist. It was my belt. Tied around her waist. The excess that comes out of the belt, wrap around my arm and just pick her up. And try and put her back on the ground and try to encourage her to use her legs and to take as much weight as she can. But there's a lot going on with her legs crossing and collapsing one way or the other. So a harness and wheels is a big. That is my big project for the next month or so, if I can save up enough to do that. Cut back on all the other spending, and I can't see chat. Hold on. Got to scroll back. Okay, there was Thomas buying local. Going to be in Stockholm around the 14th. Okay. I did read half that message before and then went off on a tangent. Rich has been trying to send a donation, but had trouble linking his card to his PayPal account. It can be tricky. You don't always have to do it through a card. You can link banks to your PayPal, but it's up to you how you go, my friend. I'm not pushing. You have a PayPal account there, so yeah, you're halfway there. Thomas found PayPal daunting until he got the hang of it. Now it's the simplest thing in the world. There's a little bit of, you can get your phone or your browser to store passwords once you've entered them, if you trust those things, or you can install separate apps to do it. I can't remember what they're called. I did use them on my last phone, and then the phone died and I found myself locked out of the accounts to access the password stores, so locked out of everything. And whenever even if you could remember the password, you try and log in, and the first thing they want to do is send a message to the old phone, or to the old phone number, which I don't have access to. So you're locked out always round. Yeah. I mean, the bank thing's fairly simple. They actually put money in your account, at like 5 pence and 10 pence or something, and then you have to tell them what those two amounts were, and that confirms that you are the person with access to that account, and then that links the bank to that, and you can do a funds transfer to PayPal. I mean, if it's just for me, don't be. You're opening yourself up to it's a vulnerability. It's a limited vulnerability. I don't think PayPal's been exploited to any large extent in the past. Individuals might have if they get viruses, or if they get their computer hacked. This is the danger, especially if you use the same password in different places. If some random website that you use gets hacked and they get the passwords from there, then they can go to Amazon and try your email address and that same password. They can go to PayPal, try your email address and that same password. This is why you shouldn't use the same passwords in multiple sites. So you got to be careful. I would advise don't link a bank to PayPal just on my account. If you think you're going to use the PayPal for other things, maybe. Your call. I mean, I'm not telling you what to do. It's not my job. I'm not your mum. Your mum hasn't got a white beard, I hope. As somebody said the other day, might have been Farmer, that one. I'm not sure. I got to keep an eye on the time, folks. I'm a little bit lost because I've started earlier. I'm just a little bit unsure of myself and where we are. I thought we might have got a different audience in by starting an hour or two earlier than normal. As it is, we're on about the same numbers, but we seem to have slightly lower participation in chat. So maybe we've got a few extra lurkers or newbies in watching who haven't hit the thumbs up yet. Come on, do a Tramp a favour. Send Google Google. They own YouTube, so it is Google. Send Google and YouTube the signal that that it's good enough to recommend to other people. Bring other people into the fold. Share, if you dare. If you go to my account on Twitter, details in the description. If you go to my account on Twitter, you'll find a post I've put out that you could just retweet. That might work. Is this the Bing Bongs? Is that someone finding PayPal and making it work? Oh, wow. That's more than I would have expected. It's a number that I'm guessing is 20 quid British after it's converted. I won't name names. I don't know whether I've got permission to name names. I'm guessing it's one of you guys that's here. And there's an obvious candidate, but I'm not so sure though, because you seem to indicate you weren't fully set up yet. Could be somebody else just with a similar first name. Okay, it is you. All right. Cheers, Rich. I thought you didn't have it all set up and linked up yet. That's warm by the end. The bottles of ice that were keeping things cool in the cool box have melted now. I haven't got a bag of them. I forgot to open a bag, a bin bag. Oh, what do I look like? I know I'm a tramp in a tent in a field, but just throwing beer cans on the floor in the corner of the bedroom looks bad, doesn't it? That's a little cool, but not. You wouldn't say cold, right? What are we? We're an hour and a half in, and I've just finished my first can, so that's not bad. Sometimes on a hot day, the first can goes down in about 20 minutes, you know. What's with the funny lighting out there? That looks a bit weird. My bedroom door is half open, so I'm looking out into the living room part of the tent, and there's a very bluish light. I know the tent's covered in blue tarpaulins, and the tent itself is blue. But I'm looking at the door and the window, and it's, I don't know. It doesn't usually look that blue. Hey babe, what's with the panting? Why are we panting? Tina's okay. Have you had a sleep and woken up from a dream and now you're wondering what's what? Tina's okay. The dream wasn't real, sweetheart. The dream wasn't real. You're safe and you're well with Daddy, eh? You're safe and you're well and protected. It's okay. Relax. Relax. Yeah. I think she's just woken up from a dream and she's looking around like lost and confused and a little uncertain and she's cute when she does that, but I don't like her to feel insecure and uncertain of herself. You're safe and you're protected and you're looked after. That's right. Come and cuddle my legs. Yeah. You got Daddy's feet. I'll stroke you with my feet. Yeah. We won't put that on the internet. We'll have all the kinky weird folk going off on one. I've still got one set of lights that hasn't come on. Why is that? It looks dark enough. Unless the light from one of the other sets of lights is stopping it coming on. Oh, is it the one with the bad connection? There, look. Okay. Ah, there's a bit of an iffy connection. That means it might not charge very well through the day. If the iffy connection, for it all to work, you have to have them turned on, which sounds perverse that you'd leave them on all day. But as soon as it gets light enough on the little solar panel, it switches them off, and the power goes to charge the batteries. But if that bad connection was bad through the day, it wouldn't be charging batteries, would it? It wouldn't be doing anything. Tina, I see someone walking past, sweetheart. Okay, I've now got all my lights on. I give you the quick look around. Let's make sure I haven't got anything too embarrassing to hand. So here's my lantern, which is got 3 power levels. It's on the middle level. There's the EcoFlow, the fly killing light. Here's 2 sets of Christmas lights, coloured, one under the other. Here's a set of bluish white lights, and overhead we've got a warm white lights. Oh, and over there you've got a Tina, but obviously there's feet in the way. Hey babe, say hello to the peoples, especially the ones that listened to your song earlier, because not many did. 1,300 subscribers, 50 viewers of that video. Okay, we'll leave Tina alone. She doesn't like the big light or the bright light. Okay, folks, are we talking? No. 1 hour 30 on the. You see, that wasn't there before. Hold on. No, look, there are posts here that I haven't seen. Okay, PayPal donate. I'm just going to scroll back in case there's anything else that I've missed. No, most of those I have seen. Why did the others not? Have I accidentally ended up in top chat rather than full chat? All messages. This message from Thomas here. That's my problem. I can keep a phone for 4 or 5 months tops. So today I bought a pocket notebook. So what's your problem? Losing them or dropping them and breaking them or what? 1 hour 30, yeah. Slow mode is on. 1 message every 5 seconds. That's just an anti-spam feature. Why it tells me about it all day, all the way through the broadcast, through the live stream. I don't know why it feels a need to tell me. I'm the one that put it there. It's my stream. YouTube could do with some advice on their streaming software. They really could. But then their coders won't take advice when it's offered. When I do a video clearly showing an error and how to reproduce it, they don't fix it. Interestingly though, the last 2 or 3 weeks, 1 click to switch cameras. Except there was one live stream. Out of the last 10 maybe, there was one. It started off as 1 click to switch cameras. And halfway through the live stream, it switched to being 2 clicks to switch cameras. Yeah, all of the above with the dropping, losing, lose contacts, pictures and so on every time. Backing up to the cloud, but that only works if you can keep the SIM. So if the phone breaks and you can take the SIM card out and move it across, you're fine. You can still access everything and make everything work. But if you lose the phone and therefore lose the SIM card, you try and log into anything and they want to send a text to the other SIM card, which obviously you're not going to get. I got around that. Well, I still had the SIM card, but I think I would have got around that this time because I set something up with Google and they give you these 10, like 12-digit numbers, I think they are. and they're called one-time passcodes, and you can prove that you're you without any of the other data, like without the phone call stuff, just by using one of these one-time passcodes. So as long as you store those somewhere safe, like in a notebook, like pen and paper notebook, or in a text file on a separate computer, you'll be able to lose phone, go with a different SIM card, use the one-time passcode when you try and log in, and you should be able to gain access back to your old account. Worked for me this time. I did still have the same SIM, but that's not the authorization I used. I did use one of the one-time passcodes as a test because I want to know. I had two guys offering to send me phones. When my old phone broke, it was a power connector, and so I had like 20% charge on the phone. So I was able to go online. Luckily, I think it was Scruff Dog's. It was Saturday night, so Scruff Dog was on. I went on and into the chat on Scruff Dogs and said, "Guys, I'm on." I was down to 15 or 10% by the time I'd finished messing, trying to do things. I got 10% on my phone. When it's gone, and I'm going to disappear from the internet. And God love them, they asked me my address, and I said, well, there isn't a real address, but here's one that's worked when I ordered from AliExpress and Temu. The man in the big blue tent opposite the petrol station, that kind of thing, in Spanish. That was the address I gave them. And two of them tried sending me a phone. Unfortunately, both unsuccessfully. One was held at customs in the UK. One, I think it's coming from Norway, got through. The guy claimed to have tried delivering and failed. Said no one was here. And it began to go back. And I don't think it ever did go back. It was a guy who repaired phones and had a couple lying around, I think. I hope. I hope it wasn't. But then my friend Karen gave me a new one. But the process though of moving from one phone to another, but because it was the power adapter that had broken, it meant I still had the phone, I still had the SIM card. We just moved it to a new phone and on we went. But that wasn't the authorization option I used. I did use the Google one-time passcodes. Worth a try. And that way, especially if you back up your photos online, best not to store them on the phone anyway if you can. Connect your phone to your computer every month or so and transfer them across. But you can also try backing them up to the cloud. And if you can somehow resurrect the account and not have to go with a new username every new phone, you might be able to just keep things ticking on. Now it's glitching out. What, just now today, this particular stream, or recently, the last few days? See, I'm conscious that my old phone is still here. Well, my last two phones, my original real phone from the before times, is split in two. Like the backs come off, the battery expanded in the floods. I don't know whether that'll ever be recoverable. I'd like to try and get the data off and old pictures and things. The phone that the two ladies bought me, not Karen and Tina. I got it wrong, look. Anita and Tina. Karen gave me this one. Sorry, I'm fumbling my words. Misspoke. Anita and Tina, the two ladies who got me the last phone. I'd like to get as many details off that phone as I can, but obviously the power port is also the data port, so that's going to need replacing in order to extract data. And by the time that's done, I might even have a working phone again. You know, the old one might be working again. If I can keep track of where everything is. Here's the other thing, living in a tent, losing things. I've currently lost my fork. Fuck. Knife, fork, there's usually a knife, fork, spoon, and then a shorter, not a paring knife, but I think they're called a peri knife. The next one up from a paring knife, and then like a chef's knife, a longer kitchen knife. Usually got the full set here because I eat here. I've lost half of that stuff's missing. I still haven't found. I've got so the car power adapter used to be called a cigarette lighter socket. I got a thing that pushes in there and gives me 2 extra USB sockets, which is handy when I need to charge batteries and keep other things going. I've somehow lost it in the tent, hopefully, but lost it. I am carrying the EcoFlow backwards and forwards each night. Carry it into the bedroom at night and back to the door in the morning, and the cables come with it, and the cables might have had the, I don't know what to call it, the USB adapter, let's call it, for the cigarette socket, for the 12-volt socket. Those might have been on the cable, so that might have dropped off here in the bedroom, but I've scoured. I've turned the bed upside down. I've looked down the side of the bed. I've lifted almost everything in here up to look. If I don't find it soon, and it's been 2 or 3 weeks now, I'm going to have to empty the bedroom. Certainly everything that's not the bed or the chest of drawers. Pick them all up and move them. There's no room in the living room, so I'll have to take them outside the tent. Things just get lost. 3 weeks. It's just a little, the thing that sticks in a cigarette lighter socket in your car and gives you 2 extra USB ports. I could go buy a new one with 4 or 5, or they do them like with up to 6 USB ports now, of all the different flavors. But I don't like spending money when I don't have to. It's in here. It's here. It's more than likely in this bedroom. Because the only other place it would have been was next to where the EcoFlow lives when it's next to the door of the tent. There's a little slot in the wall of the tent with a zip for electric cables to come in from generators or solar panels. I got my 100-watt solar panel, comes in, feeds the EcoFlow, and sometimes there are things plugged into that socket, sometimes not. I've got the cooler, the cooler box plugs into that, so sometimes that's plugged in, or sometimes it was this other adapter for extra USB. Somebody just said something. I shall go and check. Buying the new one is the quickest, surefire way to find the old one. Ain't that the truth? Yeah. That's a common occurrence around here. I end up with extra of everything. It's like I ended up with 3 bags of tent pegs I didn't know I had. Because I'd misplaced one and someone brought me one, and then I'd found the original and forgot about the nice new ones that people brought. And somehow I end up with 2 or 3 extra bags, plus the bag that I had that wasn't using. I don't even know where they are now. I've only been in this tent 6 weeks. I think it's 6 weeks, it might only be 5. And things have gone missing. Knives and forks and spoons. The USB adapter for the 12-volt socket. There are other things. I just can't remember what right now. Oh, I had some dirty t-shirts that I've worn for like 2 weeks at a time and then taken off. I can't be wearing a t-shirt for just 1 or 2 days like you ordinarily might. I haven't got enough water for the washing. So I had, and it turns out that each one I've taken off, I've started like a new collection in a new place and then not remembered. And when I take the next one off, I did find 2 today, but there's a 3rd one out there somewhere. I don't fucking know where. But I have got a collection of 2 previous t-shirts, plus I think the one that I took off yesterday or the day before. So there's 3 together maybe, but there's 1 somewhere else and I don't know where. I honestly, You would think that living in a small space, losing things would be more difficult. It's not. Something will happen. Like you've got something in your hand and the dog starts barking and you have to go over and tell it to shut the hell up and wave at whoever's walking past and apologise. And maybe you'll put that thing down. I just put it on the chair while I go and wave. And then you come back and you'll spend 10, 15, 20 minutes looking for that thing that you've just put down. My glasses I used to be terrible with. I now make a point of only putting them down in one place. I will not take them off and put them down somewhere else if I can avoid it. Very, very occasionally, but I make a real obvious mental note of where I make an effort. Your glasses are there. Your glasses, tell myself for 10 seconds, the glasses are there. And they have to be really out in the open. Don't put them down somewhere where they might slip down a cushion and disappear forever. They have to be somewhere where they're not going to move, they're visible, and you've made a clear mental note that that's what you've done. Otherwise, you're going. But 99 times out of 100, I take them off and they go here because they're reading glasses. They're not for distance or anything. Like now, I can barely see the computer screen. It's not even a computer, the phone screen. There's a white band across the top with the pinned comment. I can see that it's there. I can see that there's a line of black and then a line of blue with a bit of black after. But I couldn't begin. Now, obviously, I have only just taken them off. It will improve over 5 or 10 minutes, but not by that much. But if I'm getting up to go outside in the night to see what's going on, some noise or some disturbance, the glasses have got no purpose out there. No point taking them out there where they can fall off or get lost or get broken. So they come off, they go there. They wrap around things. They're on that chopping board. That's that. Job done. Come back in, get onto the bed. Onto, not into, because I don't get into bed now. Not for the next 5 or 6 months. And then back on my head so that I can see my screen. And they stay on my head all night. And when my head torch wasn't broken, it stayed on my head all night for any noises. It's not exactly broken. It will come on if I press the button, but the button will sink inside, and then you have to take it apart and push the button back out. I have a backup set of backup head torch. I might have to revert to that. Yeah, but living in a confined space, things go missing. I said earlier about food. I'd had a few food donations and something got piled on top of something and something went bad in the bottom. It didn't just go bad, it went rancid. It liquefied in the bottom of a shopping bag. This is why I had all these flies in. We lose things, lose track of things. I don't know. What can you say? You got to be very organised, and I'm not. Let's have a seat. No extra chats. It's gone quiet again. Shall we see if I can remember any extra sciencey topics? Oh, I don't remember the name of it. There's a fungus normally kept in Africa because it needs a specific temperature range. What does this fungus do? Can I remember the story? But it's spreading. It's leaving Africa. Partly because the Africans are. Politics. I'm not going there with this one. But the reason it's leaving Africa and then surviving, whereas previously it wouldn't, we're told, is because of warmer temperatures, warmer climates. But also the what's the word I'm looking for? Not virus. Did I say? I might have said virus before. I don't mean virus. Mushroom. Fungus, not virus. But the reason that it's traveling and then surviving, it's adapting to slightly cooler temperatures than it's used to, but we're being told, and also our warmer temperatures are bridging the gap, and this fungus is now becoming more widespread, and I think it must be respiratory problems for people. It must be a lung thing. I can't think what else a fungus would do to people. It's got to be respiratory tract. I just can't quite remember the story, but it's also becoming immune in the same way that bacteria are becoming immune to antibiotics. I almost couldn't remember the word. Took me a second. Did you see? It's the Alzheimer's. But in the same way that bacteria is becoming immune to our antibiotics, some funguses are developing immunity to our fungicides or antifungals, whatever you want to call them. So you've got this supposedly, you've got this three-way development. It's traveling because more people are traveling out of Africa. It's adapting to slightly cooler climates than it would normally need, but also our climate's warming because allegedly global warming. So we're meeting it halfway. It needs a certain temperature, and there was this barrier between Africa and European temperatures. It's not a straight temperature gradient, but our temperatures are getting warmer. It's learning to cope with slightly cooler, so it can cope. We've bridged the gap, but also now this resistance to fungicides or antifungal treatments. Can't remember the name. It was a really complicated name. Can't remember the name of the thing, but it's spreading. So that ties in with what we were talking about earlier with the global warming. Perhaps. To me, it sounds like a bit of a stretch. I think it's just traveling with people and adapting to a lower temperature because life finds a way, as some dinosaur film once said. Life finds a way. Still no extra. Is nobody chatting, or is my chat booked? We've got 8 people here. We've got 10 thumbs up, but I think some new people have dropped in that haven't hit that thumbs up yet. I just find it. I'm gonna go top chat, and then back to live chat in case. No, no more. Unless it's done that thing again where messages earlier are showing now that weren't showing. Hello, just joined. Hello, Karen. I thought tonight would be an early night. You got a big day tomorrow. Karen's in the house, folks. One of my 2 mods. And my biggest supporter and donator, probably. Probably by some margin. Although I have had some sizable donations as one-offs from people. But everybody say hello, Karen. She's one of the good Karens, not one of the Karens. I don't know what her neighbours would say to that, but but yeah. My friend Karen will be heading out this way again shortly. Anthony's in the house as well. Are you lurking, Anthony, or you've been there a while? Anthony won't be long before he's out here again. 2 or 3 weeks, I think. Or I hope. Can you hear them on the path? I think it's one person talking on the phone. So obviously louder than if it's 2 people talking. I want a big red metal box with glass panes to put around them as they're on their fucking phone call. I said the other week about the ones who sit up on the at the bus stop, on the bench at the bus stop. Midnight onwards, waiting for the last bus kind of thing. or sometimes miss the last bus and they're trying to call people and do things, but it's too diagonally across the field there. It's got to be 150, 175, maybe even 200 yards, 200 meters. And I'm listening to their phone call. Can they shout any louder? I'll ask them. I have been known to shout out, can you speak up? I can't quite hear the words. Jack Attack's here as well. I bet he was lurking. He's going to say he was lurking. Anthony's just joined. Just joined out to the 25th. Jack Attack's in and out. Okay, it's been a little bit quiet. I'm going to call it the first half of the show. We're on 2 hours, apparently. We should. Does that mean I've missed the top of the hour in the real world as well? Cheers, folks. I hope you've all brought conversation points because I'm almost out. Oh, apart from China, I said the other week about how I didn't think Russia were doing any like space launches. I was being a bit of an idiot there. I knew they did launches and satellite launches because obviously they used to take the Americans up to the ISS. It was the only way of getting anybody up to the ISS before SpaceX, wasn't it? But they're still doing satellite launches. But my question really should have been, I didn't word it right. My question should have been, are Russia still doing science missions? Are they launching things like probes to go off around Jupiter and Venus and Mars? I haven't heard anything from Russia like space science. But the reason I bring that up now again and try and correct myself retrospectively, I did word it all wrong, but I didn't ask the right question last time. But China have just announced that they're going to launch a mission to recover samples from is it a comet or a meteor? I'm going to say comet. Retrieving from a meteor would be more difficult. Not impossible. Comet, all you have to do is fly through the tail. But I don't remember them saying that in the article. So it could well be a meteor one where you send an impactor down, the debris flies up, and then your main thing flies through that. It's a 4-year mission. Oh, we disconnected. I was just saying it's a 4-year mission to fly this thing off. I think it's an impactor on a meteor with hindsight, but I don't think they mentioned it explicitly. Send off an impactor, and then you have your main ship fly through the debris, through the dust, collect it. 4-year mission, but they expect to return the samples within 2 years. And it's not long till it launches. Or maybe the article was that it has launched. I don't quite remember because it's almost a week ago I think that I read this one. But that was interesting. That I don't remember the last time that Russia announced that they were doing any kind of science. Launches, yeah, satellites, people into orbit, whatever. But here you've got China now going off and doing science. And didn't India land something on the moon a few months back? A little probe. I think it was the moon. It's crackling your end, says Karen. Okay, 2 things I can try. I can unplug this, and you can tell me whether that makes any difference. Sometimes the fact that the power's on and the phone's fully charged. So let me know whether that's got any better or not. If not, I can step out of the stream and try and come back in and hope that the YouTube gods are with us. No, that hasn't made it any better. Anybody else? It's possible it's just Karen. I need input. Crackling on the audio, anybody? Me as well. Dadachowski. Oh, you got to remind me. Dadachowski. It's either Chris or Paul. Gonna go with Chris, and you're gonna tell me it was Paul all along. Talk to me, my friend. Crackly here. Okay. I will step out, folks, if I can remember how. Chris. Sorry, mate. I'm terrible with names. I've said this before. To step out of this, I just need to go to any other screen anywhere, don't I? Back soon. Yep. I didn't even have to click to rejoin. It just told me I'm live. Better or not? I don't know whether that left properly. Maybe I came back in too soon. I didn't have to go into YouTube and say, I go back into live stream and reconnect. Yes, better. Okay. I won't connect the power cable in case that was something to do with it. Who knows what that's about? China has selected a Russian payload. What does that mean? So it's an asteroid, that bit was right. And later visit a main belt comet, that was it. But what does China has selected a Russian? If it's a Russian payload, does that mean it's a Russian project and China are just giving it a lift into space? Or are China paying for it and Russia are building it? I'm not sure quite. I'm not sure. Maybe I was getting feedback from the power cable. Could be, especially as I'm on 100%. So has it been bad all along? Or did it just start like 5, 10, 15 minutes ago? Some of you guys will put up with anything. You have to tell me when it's shit so I can try and fix it. What are you doing? We got loads of you here now. Look, that are... Well, there's not the numbers. I see 6, but suddenly I know everyone that's here in chat, and everyone's in chat. Okay, it's coming back for the sample delivery and using Earth as a gravity slingshot to go back to the other one. You got more detail than I saw first time around. Bad for a few minutes. I suspect it's as it hit 100% on charging then. Okay, so Russia are still doing sciences, but the call for proposals was from China. So it's a combined mission. Okay. Interesting that you got more details than I got when I first read the story. Maybe more details have emerged. Like I said, I first read it about a week ago, I think. I don't know. Or it could be I was reading it from some shitty Gizmodo site or something. I don't even know if that still exists. I'm just throwing a random name of a bad journalism site out there. Does Gizmodo still exist? Gizmodo? I don't even know. I used to read The Verge a lot back when it was good. Before that, well, God, I remember when The Verge started and it was just called was it called My Next Project or something? Joshua Topolsky, Nilay, oh, I can't remember. They were all part of another company. They were the editor-in-chief and the sub-editor of a different website that was owned by, what was AOL? AOL Time Warner. Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, they were owned by AOL, but I don't remember how. But they all left en masse. Like the entire editorial team left, and then so did most of the journalists. And they formed a company called My Next. I think it was just called My Next ... for the first 3 months or so. And they started with a podcast, and then it built from a podcast, and they did the technology news site. They were it wasn't Engadget they were part of, unless it was. Oh, I'm going back years, 2010 maybe, 2010. You'd have to type in and ask what was the Verge called before it was called the Verge. It was called something like My Next ... Okay, so the info's been out there a while. I must have just been on a bad site. Jack Attack says the Verge. Yeah, that's the name that they adopted after they picked a proper name. Technology website. Science and technology. But before, initially, we started by a bloke called Joshua Topolsky and Nilay. I almost had it then. I almost had it. Nilay Patel. Nilay, Nilay Patel. And there was a third bloke. And not long after they started this company and this technology website, this guy, Paul, I think he was called, Paul something, he decided to take a year off the internet. He's like the sub-editor of a huge... So it was Engadget that they left and formed This Is My Next. Okay. So I'm not misremembering. And it would have been about 2009, 2010. Fairly certain. There was a big fallout. AOL were trying to pull strings with them and make them do things they didn't want to do. And Topolsky just said no. And he left. And the rest of the editorial team left with him. And over the next month or so did almost all the journalism team. I remember it because I didn't have an internet-enabled mobile device at the time. I was very resistant to mobile phones. I got my first mobile phone in 2015, I believe. A Google Nexus 5. I think 2015. Got my Nexus 5. But I was very resistant to mobile devices. I got an iPod Touch way back, 2009 or 10 when they first came out. So it was just like an iPhone, but with none of the phone. The iPod Touch was fantastic. Did everything that the iPhone did. It just didn't do phone and text. So it would connect to Wi-Fi. You could install the apps. All of the things were there. Looking back, it was a little bit small. It's a lot smaller than modern phones, the iPod Touch. But so was the initial iPhone. But I loved it. I thought it was miraculous. I wouldn't take the earphones out at night. The wife kept digging me in the ribs. I was just listening to podcasts, so it was just miraculous to me that I could have this little device and just be connected to the internet all the time, wherever there was Wi-Fi. I liked it. I loved it. I'm the same now. I do not turn YouTube off. I don't have autoplay. When one video stops, it stops. I have to start the next. That was because I didn't like having my data stolen. And also, the YouTube app won't not order. What's the word I'm looking for? Honor. It won't honor my settings. I like to use 144p. That's good. Not 1440, 1/10 of that. It's a hundredth when you do 10 by 10. I want to use 144p because that's good enough for most things. Occasionally I want to see something clearer and I'll step up to, is it 330, 350, whatever the next setting, second next setting. I think there's 240. 140, 240, 3, that might be 40 as well for all I know. Those are the settings I use, but I want it to use 144p. And the number of times I'm watching something and I look at it and I think that looks a little bit too crystal clear. And I go and look and I'm on 720p. And the thing's trying to burn through a gigabyte an hour. And I'm like, no. I get 10 hours out of a gigabyte of data on 144p. It robs me of my data, so there's no way I'm going to fall asleep leaving autoplay on and it robs me of, 10 gigabytes a night. Can't afford that shit. I do have a lot backed up and waiting to be used. I do carry a lot over unused gigabytes. So I could afford it nowadays. I could let it do that, but why should I let them rob my data? So when I've got YouTube playing all night long, I play something. When it hits the end and stops, I'll open my eyes and set it going again. Mainly I'm listening, but it's video, it's on, it's there. Sometimes I'll fall asleep halfway through something, get to the end, realise it's finished, and I'll rewind to a part I remember. Sometimes it takes 3 or 4 goes. 4 attempts and 5 hours to play a 30-minute video sometimes. Sleep just gets in the fucking way. I am a night owl. I want to be awake. The day is just long and boring and too fucking hot. I don't enjoy the day in summer in Spain. And I class this as summer even though astrophysicists will tell you it's not. We've got an animal outside. Can you hear it? No, speakers over that end. I've got something scurrying on the ground. This corner of the tent on the outside. Where was I? I'm a night owl. The day is interminable. I was about to tell you that summer hasn't started. Summer starts on June the 21st, according to astrophysicists. We can argue whether it's 21st or 23rd. Some countries, I don't understand why. Some countries have their Midsummer's Day. See, here's the thing. We would call it Midsummer's Day. It's not. It's the beginning of summer. Those old kind of trick questions that you get asked about, do the nights get longer in summer or shorter? They get shorter. If summer starts on June the 21st, the longest day of the year, so the days get shorter, the nights get longer. That's the longest day of the year. From then on, in summer, the days are getting shorter. Whereas in your head, you're thinking, no, summer, the days get longer. We have a colloquial summer, a midsummer of June the 21st or 23rd. Argue amongst yourselves. But astrophysicists say, no, that's the beginning of summer. Argue amongst yourselves, folks. I don't know. Phone's big. Too small to fucking... They vary, don't they? Steve Jobs had this thing about not doing research with people. He would just decide what was best for everybody. And he set the size of the original iPhone and of the iPod Touch, sorry, not the original iPod, but the iPod Touch. He set the size to what he thought was a reasonable, so your thumb can reach the bottom right and the top left. And my phone here, I couldn't hold it upright and reach bottom right and top left. I have to jiggle it about or hold it in one hand and tap it with the other. And frankly, I'm fine with that. It's never been a problem. Rarely been a problem. But Steve Jobs was a psychopath. He didn't research and do things. He just did. Karen. Don't ask these questions. Is a Samsung Galaxy tablet any good to you? It would be a miracle for me. But I'm sure you can find better uses than a tramp in a field. It doesn't solve like some of my biggest problems. It would be a massive upgrade from the tablet that I'm using, and it would give me some fantastic other options. So yes, benefit. I just think that you can find a better use, maybe in your hair salons or whatever. I'm sure you can find a better use than some guy in a field. You're asking so you don't forget it. Yes, please, if I can. I mean, I the tablet I've got has been brilliant for 2 years ish. I can only use it for one thing. It is so laggy and so slow and so cronky and crashy. And even the proper YouTube app doesn't work. I've had to access YouTube via a Chrome. Wait, it's not called a Chrome browser, is it? On a what's the fucking name? Amazon's tablet. Um, Kindle Fire. It's one of the earliest Kindle Fires. It's never been used. Then you can definitely find other people who can. You must have family or someone that can make. I'm not going to say better use. I got to hedge my words carefully, haven't I? You must be able to have closer friends and family that could make use of it as well. No use to your mum. Or your daughter. She's tech savvy. Don't judge, I have two. Yeah, I remember it's part of a contract with mobile or television or something. Yeah, I know. Cheers, Jack Attack. Yes, please, Karen, but only if no one else in your family bags it first. You should be asking them whether they've got any use. What? I'd better make that thing jump through hoops and do all sorts, but do you know I should? Well, no, I wouldn't have tried flashing a new ROM or something onto this Kindle Fire. Not while it was my only tablet. But maybe I can look at that now. Yeah, I do that with my Kindle here, with my Kindle Fire. Open the hotspot. Um, but it's the other apps and things don't work. The the um, the YouTube app that's on it won't update anymore to a newer version. That's why I had to just access it through a web page and then save the web page as a I can't remember what you just save a link to the web page on your desktop on the tablet, and it opens as its own. I can't remember what you call them now, but when a web page opens as its own standalone app, it doesn't open the full browser with multiple tabs and all the other stuff. It just opens as if it was a YouTube app, really, but it is just a web page. But fortunately, it stayed logged in forever, so there's never been any messing with it. So when I hit a point in the day where my phone needs charging, I put that to charge. I set the hotspot on, open the tablet, tell it to connect to the hotspot, and away we go. Like I say, folks, I am glamping compared to most homeless guys, compared to most tramps. I know the word's a little bit performative and I overuse it a little bit. But compared to how I started off here, especially, well, I arrived in the field with all these things. I had a Kindle book reader. I was watching a video on how to repair the battery on that. The battery's available for £5, and you need a set of spudgers and a screwdriver. And it's a difference. It's like, I think it's triangular holes, which I haven't got, but I think I could fix my original Kindle if I could find it. It's in here somewhere. I know it's here. But for a £5, so €6 or €7, purchase my original Kindle ebook, the Kindle book reader with the e-ink. So it's not a tablet, it's just the e-ink. I could fix that for under a tenner, including buying a triangular screwdriver set. And a set of, I don't have spudgers. I haven't got any spudgers either at the minute. For anyone who doesn't do computer repair, a spudger is a thin piece of plastic you push in between two sealed together, like between the glass and the front and the metal back of your phone. Crack it open. Anything like that. And I was watching a video, and it didn't look. There was no heat guns involved. There was no glue involved. It was a couple of screws and a spudger, and then just take the old battery out, put the new battery in. I can do that. Might not work. Might not be the Kindle, when connected to power, detects that it's not charging properly. It detects that there's a charger connected, but it sees the battery state not changing, and it says, "Oh, you need a new battery. Error code, da 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 da." But it basically boils out a new battery, and I watched Atomic Shrimp. I think it was Atomic Shrimp. Repair one for a £5. Hammer works as well. It might not work as nicely afterwards. It's a bit of percussive maintenance. Flathead screwdriver and a hammer, or a chisel and a hammer, that'll get in there. It might never seal back together again afterwards. These are the only issues. But I need a spudger, I think, for my for the cool box if I'm going to try and repair that. Or repair might not be the right word, but if I'm going to try and get in and get it more effective. If it got down to 13 degrees internally and a bottle of ice once a week, that'd be it. That'd be great. That'd be perfect. At the minute, I don't know how to get in, where to get in, what to do, but I know that it's within the lid. The lid's hollow. The stuff on the bottom I've taken off, cleaned out, but there's stuff within the lid, a bigger fan, and presumably the actual gubbins that works there. For some reason it's getting down 20, 19, possibly as low as 18, but maybe not really. Last year it was getting down to 13, which, again, not brilliant, but better than nothing. The alternative is a bigger EcoFlow and a fridge. But now I'm dreaming. Now we're back to the wish lists that I used to make back when I was in a bed looking up at the stars with no shelter of any sort over me. And I used to spend days and hours and hours. If I had a £5, what would I get? If I had a £10, what difference would that make to my life? 50 euros, what difference would 50? And I had these long, it's a €5 list extended to a €10, add some items. It's not a different list entirely. But 50, what would I do? 50 euros. This was like an incomprehensible amount of money for me. I was walking around bins to find food. And other resources, other useful things. Blankets, quilts. The original bed, the mattress, the sunbed mattress. And then later a proper real single mattress. And later double mattresses. Wood for the fire, to cook over, to boil water over. Anyway, I've gone off on one. I'm almost reminiscing about bin food. I do still, if I'm walking to the bin or to the Chino Bazaar and back, and if there's a bag hanging on the side of the bin, I will still open them up and have a look. 9 times out of 10, it's women's shoes or a handbag, but occasionally it's food. It's it's, I mean, the direct sun thing's interesting. I always have the solar panel between the box and the sun at whatever angle that is. I mean, occasionally I'll leave it an hour and there's a bit of sun on one corner or something. But it's outside, but it's cooler outside than it is in the tent. There's no putting it in the tent to keep it cool. That's not a thing. It's cooler outside. Um, even with the sun coming at it, but solar panel leaning against it, but with a lump of wood separating them as an insulator, so the heat of the solar panel isn't passed to the box. So it's not that it's taking heat there. Bush. I mean, there's only one bush, and Tina's under it when we're out there, and it has to be within reach of the EcoFlow, and then within reach of the EcoFlow has to be within reach of the solar panel, and it's only a short cable. Bush shade, same as Tina. Yeah. It's not big enough bush for both, so I'd be dislodging my Tina. I'd be moving three things backwards and forwards continuously. Moving the cool box, moving the EcoFlow, moving the solar panel, and then as the sun moves around and having to reposition so the panel's still in the sun. It's awkward. But it's shade. I mean, it's in the same position now as it was last year, and we've got this performance difference. It's not the positioning that's the factor. That's not I've still got this thing popping up about Samsung wanting to update the operating system. I'll have another look tomorrow, but fortunately it doesn't dump me out of the app, out of YouTube when it pops up. But I could try moving the box around and keeping it in the shade, but it's kind of in the shade anyway, because there's the panel, a lump of wood, and then the box, and the sun is hardly ever anywhere near the box. Even as it comes overhead and goes around, I've got two plastic balls leaning against the box to stop the sun getting on it. That's not the issue. I get this is about 3 times a day, Thomas. It just pops up, and it will only download over Wi-Fi. And I've looked through all the settings, Jack Attack. I looked through every app and whether there's an updater app that everything is set to Wi-Fi or mobile, Wi-Fi or mobile, Wi-Fi or mobile. But when the pop-up comes, it says connect to Wi-Fi. It's just a modern assumption that there's always Wi-Fi. You'd think I could open my own hotspot and tell it to connect via my hotspot, but no. Can't do that. That would have been useful though. No, the phone, Karen, the phone, to update the phone, yeah. Update to Gemini. I've no idea what Gemini is. Maybe I've got a parasol, Thomas. A lady bought me a parasol. When was that? Last year. Susan, the lady that got me the 2 deliveries from Mercadona. But I can't push it into the ground. You know, it won't push into the ground. I don't even think it came with the fitting for pushing into the ground. But the ground here wouldn't take it anyway. But cool box under the parasol, but still everything cool box, EcoFlow, and everything within reach of the solar panel is a tricky juggling act in and on and around the tent. Also, the parasol could do damage to the tent if it comes over, if it fell in the wrong direction. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'll have a think about repositioning. I mean, if I could put the cool box out this side of the tent at night and keep the sun away from it, but then it's not within reach of the EcoFlow, and the EcoFlow to the solar panels only, it's like 1.5 meters or something. The length of cable, it's not long. I don't think it's as long as 2 meters even. Tricky balancing act, juggling, which is why I do it the way I do it, using the shade from the solar panel as the shade for the cool box. But like I said, last year it got down to 13 degrees inside the tent while the tent was 38. Now it's outside where it's less than 30 and it still only gets down to 20. I need to take it apart or swish it through with water. There's the gamble. There's the gamble. EcoFlow and fridge, I think Karen said a while back. More donations equals EcoFlow and fridge. You keep prompting them, lass. You keep prompting them. Wheels for the dog is first. That's next in line. Wheels for the dog. Oh, Jackie, you're suggesting putting it in a box. Ooh. All right, it needs airflow for the actual mechanism. I don't know. I don't know what Gemini is with your update to Gemini. Are you talking about like flashing the ROM to a different operating system? UE7. I'm not sure. I dismissed. I'm so used to just dismissing the message now. I don't even know what it is it's offering. I'll try the removing the SIM and putting it back in. It's a little bit. I got to dig out my SIM removal tool now, or find a safety pin. I saw the SIM removal tool not long ago. It was on one of the flat surfaces where everything gets dumped. What could go wrong? I don't remember which flat surface. Yeah, I'd probably need a SIM tool. Yeah, I've got a SIM tool around here somewhere. Probably two. But oh, Karen, the next time you're here on camp, you could just share your hotspot. Maybe I can just start it on Wi-Fi and carry it on afterwards, so that I'm not using. It won't be that large. It's not going to be like gigabytes and gigabytes. It's vented box. Okay, it's called UE7 Gemini. That is the update. Probably. It was up to date prior to this, so yeah. Jackie Deck's laughing at something and I don't know what. He's probably laughing at me. What did I get wrong this time? You know, I've become used to cool beer the last few days. Because I had the 2 bottles of ice. Now that things are back down to kind of just cool rather than cold. Cheers, everyone. Yeah, I should have said cheers. Okay, folks, where are we? We're talking tech. Tramp tech. I did want to try calling myself Hobo tech, but then there's already a bloke out there who's already called Hobo tech. And he's far better at this shit than me. But he's not a real hobo. Oh, I've just moved my foot and put it down on something nice and soft and thought that's nice. I was about to press down and move myself around. The nice soft thing I put my foot on. Tina. Oops. She must be fast asleep. It didn't wake her. She's snoring. Purring contentedly. It's not a loud snore. It's just a nice, soft, gentle breathing. I like her when she's like this. We can sort your phone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No rush, just sometime soon. it's it's a bit annoying. It pops up at. It's not the frequency, like 2 or 3 times a day is not that big a deal. It's the timing of it usually. It's always in the middle of of live stream. Live streams will always get one, sometimes two. It's just awkward. I was in the middle of typing something on a YouTube video the other day and it pulled me out of it. And when I went back in, YouTube kind of reset and forgot that we were in the middle of a video and I was typing. It ditched it all just because of the update app. No rush, I was joking. Don't be silly. There's no. You're going to be tired. You're going to be tired from travel. Oh, flat surfaces was the laughing. Okay, did it? Yeah. I was making a real effort to clear off the flat surfaces. Let me show you what happened. Let me show you a flat surface that's to hand. Ignore some of the bad stuff. But look, this was crowded and it would take me half an hour just to clear this off before we do live streams because I use this. This is the base, goes on top of the laundry bin, and then the dog food goes on there, and then the phone thing goes on. So I'd have to sort out. But there'd be knives and forks and bags of money and pen drives and spare batteries and spare lights are still here, but bits of food. So do you know how I cleared it off? I moved stuff off of there. Some of it is under that flat surface. There's these little breadsticks and a box with a hairdressing clippers kind of set and some extra bits of rope and a toiletries bag. And then here there's some wet wipes and here there's some fruit mayonnaise and oh, there was bread and cheese here until not long ago. I just put that back in the cool box. And a speaker, a Bluetooth speaker. That's another thing that was missing. My little red Bluetooth speaker. I've got a fucking foggies where that is. So that's how I cleared off this surface. By moving it onto the bed. Or under the flat surface. I've still got shit piled up in the field waiting to be sorted. Shh, don't tell Karen. She'll make me throw it away. You haven't used it in a month or 6 weeks. You don't need it. Throw it. Okay, Mum. We'll see. Open a drawer. I opened 2 drawers to turn them into kind of utility. Yeah, you know, to be the wild drawer where you dump stuff, where your old keys and old chargers and old locks that don't have keys go. I opened 2 of those drawers. I haven't really put much in, but yeah, I did make a concerted effort to clear these spaces off. Not just this one that I've only done a half-assed job. I did clear a space out there, a flat surface. Well, then somebody handed me something. Wait. Okay, I'll put it there. Flat surface. Because that's what flat surfaces are for. Putting shit on. Unless you've got cats. Fortunately, I don't. I've got dogs. Well, our dog. These beers are getting quicker, folks. That first one was an hour and a half. This one we're on an hour and a quarter nearly, and it's almost all gone. I get quicker over the night. Okay, folks, there are 11 people here and only 11 thumbs up. Now, I know that we've got an audience that rolls in and rolls out. Some people just check it out to find out what's all this talk to a tramp nonsense. And they come in, they watch 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and it might not be for them, and they leave. That's okay. Some will come in and will subscribe. I recommend it. But not yet. Not until you've seen 3 or 4 of my videos and or live streams. I am a homeless guy living in a field. Kind of. I've been building over the last 3 years, almost 3 years. I'm no longer, I started literally just in a field. I'm now in a tent, which is a fairly new tent, just over a month, maybe 6 weeks old. But I've got fairy lights in the bedroom here. I've got an electric fan out in the main part of the tent. I do have a TV, but that's just as a joke. I do have a TV, it does work. I don't have an antenna, but I've got pen drives that can plug in and I could watch things. I got a thing called an EcoFlow. It's like a big battery, a big power station. Over time, I've just been building with the help of friends and donations from you guys. Not been wasting the money on. I'm not a druggie. We can debate whether I'm an alkie. Like a drink, when I've got a spare few euros, I will buy them. Just because we're on the topic, or because I've put us on the topic. A 12 pack, 12 cans of beer in Spain from the supermarket, 360. I'm not squandering money. It's not like in the UK where a 12 pack will be 12, 13, 14, 15 pounds. It's not comparable. When I can get it, I will buy wine and cola, which is even cheaper. A litre of wine for €1, 5 cents. You know, there's a reason they call tramps winos. No, anyway, I'm saying I'm not squandering the money. I do. I save it up and put it towards bigger and better, newer tents. The EcoFlow. I bought a cool box to try and keep milk and cheese and bread. Stop stuff going off. Butter and margarine. Stop them melting. In the summer, my tent will reach 50 degrees. I'm in Spain at the baking hot sun. The ultraviolet causes tents to fall apart within a few months. The last one lasted 7 months or less before the roof cracked and blew away. 4 different sections of it. This time we've got an old tarp over the top. I've got some new tarps. I'm going to put new tarps on because this one's breaking right apart on the crown, on the top. I'm going to put new tarp over the top and then put the old one back over to protect the new tarp so the new tarp doesn't break too easily, which in turn will be protecting the tent. I've got some silver sheets to reflect the sun on the southern end. But all of this, guys, I started off in a field with 2 picnic blankets, a holdall of my possessions, and some water, and some dog food. I've got a dog, and some dog food. Priority number 1, food for the dog, always. If I've got money and we're low on dog food, dog food. I go hungry, dog food. I've eaten dog food because we had dog food and didn't have other food because the priority was dog food. I've made a porridge out of dry dog food. I've eaten wet dog food. Quite nice. A little bit, what's the word? Gritty. They don't crush the bone. In your food, when you get a tin of beef stew or whatever, they crush the bone up a bit finer so you can't sense it. For dogs, they leave it that bit grittier, the bits of bone are in there. Eaten that. We've had occasions where we didn't have money for dog food and we didn't get the donations, we didn't have help at the time, and we walked around and Tina would eat from where people have put cat food out for the cat colonies or for whatever. I'm not going to say begged, borrowed and stolen. Begged, borrowed and stolen. We haven't quite thought about it, but didn't do it. But she's had a handful of cat food from this colony and a handful of dry cat food from that colony, and yeah, we did that for one period, a few weeks. Funny thing was, a few weeks before that, we had people from the cat colonies offering me dog food for her, saying that they're a charity, they've got it, that it's there, have it. At the time that they offered, I had plenty. When you've been given like a 16 kilogram sack of dog food by a lady up the road, And so then you're halfway through it and you turn down more food, and then you get to the end of that dog food and you feel such a prick for having turned it down. I, I, I do turn down donations at times. I do. If I've already got, or if I feel I've got enough, or if I feel I just don't need it at the minute, it's like asking outright asking on YouTube. Usually, it's at some point where there's an end goal. When I needed, if you see videos from 2, 3 months ago, when my tent that I was in at the time was falling apart, and I needed money to buy the next tent. And it's not a small tent, and they're not cheap. This one's actually a brand name. It's a big, we got a good deal. We got a display model and help from friends. But I only push the donations when there's a tag. So at the minute, it's for a set of wheels for my dog. Her back legs don't work. We need a harness and wheels for a back end. And they need to be kind of rough terrain. We live in a field and down a dirt track and on cliff tops. It's so no silly little what do you call them on the bottom of chairs and stuff. I haven't got the vocabulary again, folks. It's gone. The Alzheimer's is kicking in again. I almost had it and I didn't get it. Anyway, you know what I mean? No silly little, needs to be good chunky big wheels because cross country and dog and she likes to move. So I only usually put the donation link there when there's a target, when there's a need. I've saved a little already. Well, I've saved quite a bit already. I'm between half and 2/3 of the way there, depending on how you look at. We haven't picked a specific model, but anyway, I'm going off track. I was talking about how we started off in the field with nothing and we're building, but that's part of it. My dog's health is deteriorating. Fortunately, the deterioration has slowed, and it's not going to end well. I mean, it's a downward spiral, I guess. I did that, but I meant it's a spiral. It's ever decreasing circles. It's not going to end well, but her front end is building. She's packing on muscle and whatever, trying to pull herself and haul herself around all the time. So a set of wheels, she'll be great. So that's the next target. I've built up other stuff. I mean, I joke about TV. Fan is nice to have, to be honest, in summer, but it's a little bit of frippery, really. I had 2 last year, different styles. Just thrown them away this year because my friend Karen says she found it by a bin. I think she might have brought me her fan, but it was too nice and too brand new, and it was like bright white. So white it's blue, like was it Daz washing powder. I've got carpet out there. We have built and built and built over time with the help of friends. Real world, people around bringing me things. Is this any use? Is this any use? But the PayPal donations are a big help as well. I don't sound like I'm harping on about the donations. I'm not. I'm explaining the situation because I see the numbers varying and not too many people in chat, and so I'm guessing that the lurkers are mainly new people dropping. I will end this at the end of this stream. It'll probably say there have been 100 people in here, and there's only like 10 or 11 of us have been in chat or talking. So I'm guessing there are people dropping in and out and cycling in, having a look, oh, it's not for me, and going, or having a look, saying, oh, this is interesting, I haven't got time now, I'll come back later. Whatever your view is. I'm an Englishman, trapped by circumstance in Spain. The circumstance is mainly fucking banks. They don't believe on me, they won't let me have my money. It's not a lot of money, a few thousand, enough to get me back on my feet and back up and running. But a few thousand in the bank that you can't get to, it isn't a few thousand, is it? What do you do? Your bank says you're not you, and that the only way to prove it is to walk into your local branch in the UK, and you're in Spain with no money. And the police won't let me leave anyway because of some ridiculousness that you can find out about in TrampCast 001. I'm not going through that particular disastrous night of my life. Idiots that don't like dogs that sit at the next table to you, wait for the place to fill up and then tell you you must move because they don't like dogs. That's my police issue that's hanging over me. Or at least it escalated from that. That and the fact that the Spanish police don't approach you and say, yes sir, what's the problem? They approach you, wave handcuffs in your face, get a baton and hit you before saying a word. Yeah. Oh, and apparently I punched him so hard that his bulletproof vest wasn't enough to stop him getting bruised. Fists of fury that were never thrown. I never threw a punch. It's just one of those nice little tacked on added charges that the police around the world like. Everyone who gets arrested at a bar gets a resisting and an assaulting tacked on. And the judges are not wise enough to see that it's tacked on bullshit. If you're in a courtroom and the only thing you're being charged with is either resisting or assaulting, what was the initial arrest? Why is that not there on the paperwork? I've gone off on one. I said I wasn't going to touch it. But this combination of factors, the police say I can't leave the country because there's a pending court case. It's been pending for 4 years now. Nearly 5. Because they set a date and don't tell me the date. Then they come and arrest me for not attending. Then they let me go because they've got no proof they ever gave me the date. Now you wait for a new date, which never arrives. And Spanish bureaucracy, they love their bureaucracy. They're so bad at their bureaucracy. They know where to come and find me to arrest me. They don't know where to come and find me to deliver paperwork. I love Spain. I love the Spanish people. I quite like the language as far as I can handle it, which isn't far. I can read it, I can't hear it, and I can't speak it much. But the Spanish police and the Spanish bureaucracy, they're a real downside to the country. It's a lovely, lovely country, lovely place, lovely climate, bit too hot in the centre of summer if you've not got aircon, or at least a good building that faces like north or something. I love the place, but their officialdom, their bureaucracy, their government, and their police are a real negative, and they don't see it. I've gone off on one, folks. I've gone off on one. The Spanish are terrified of their own police forces. They've got 3 of them. There's a national police which deals with proper serious stuff. They deal with terrorism and stuff, but also administrative stuff to do with like immigration and getting your NIE number, getting your tax number, and stuff. That's the national police. So they've got that duality. Proper serious real stuff where you see them dressed like the SAS in balaclavas because you're not allowed to know who they are, and then they're in a city centre office basically pushing paperwork for NIEs and residencia. So you got those. Then you've got the Guardia Civil, who think they're the bee's knees. They police the normal police, but also police the rest of the public. And policia local are basically parking wardens and school crossing patrols. Basically, they close roads off around schools, and a little bit of management of people in and on and outside pubs. Guardia Civil are probably the worst of the bunch, reputation-wise. They've got an arrogance, and they like to go hands-on, and they like to escalate and initiate physical violence. Don't ask me how I know. When you're homeless, you tend to have interactions with the police. Even when they come to you, you don't go to them. You don't cause trouble. You don't go anywhere. Somebody around makes a phone call. Oh, we don't like this. Or, oh, did you know there's a guy in a field over there? And 30 different people could make that call over the course of a year, and they'll come out each time. Instead of saying, yeah, we know, we've spoken to him already, they'll come out each time. And depending on the attitude of the officers that come out, sorry, they're agents in the Guardia Civil, they're not officers, agente. Depending on the attitude of the agent that comes out from the Guardia Civil, they'll either just annoy you for an hour, or they'll escalate and escalate and escalate and drag you off in handcuffs, kick your dog, and then leave her in a field for a day, or three-quarters of a day, unattended in a hot field in summer, because bastard is as bastard does, which is why we call them the Guardia Sizzle, especially when we're trying to wind them up, which I do from time to time, because I don't back down, folks. I don't back down. When I've got trouble, I'm not gonna, yes sir, no sir, I stand up to it and bring more trouble down on me, like from the mayor. But let's not go there. Hopefully someone said something useful in chat and I don't have to keep going off in this direction. Clean up inside and out for a free tablet. It's not just cleaning up though, is it? It's fitting it in. There's some stuff there that I want. I think there are 2 bags of clothes out there, and I think I want them. There might even be 3. I think I want them. Where the fuck am I going to put them? I don't have enough plastic boxes for them. I don't have wardrobes or hanging space, or I've still got that coffee table. I haven't made my mind up on the... I know that there's no room for the coffee table. I've still got half an idea of standing it on end and just putting it down when needed or wanted. But I know that once it's down, it becomes a flat surface, 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters. That's 2 square meters of flat surface. Within half an hour, there's going to be half a tent's worth of stuff piled on it, and then you can never stand it back up or move it out the way again because flat surface. You've only got you don't have the option of anything other than top messages, Chris Dadachowski, if I'm remembering right, because I'm probably not. You only get the option of top messages. I cleaned up. Can I have a tablet? Fuck off. Bit of bone does you good, hence bone broth. This is the dog food thing, yeah? I ate all sorts before now on survival exercise. Yeah, I mean military stuff, I'm guessing from that. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Bigfoot tires. I don't know what those are, but I'm guessing you're talking about big sturdy tires for Tina. But probably off a tractor or a bulldozer or something. Or a what do the Americans call those cars that they customize stupidly? The big truck things. Karen watched a video of Tina yesterday and she was running around, bless her. Yeah. Every now and again I catch one and it makes me stop. I got ones where she's run away from me and I have to go fucking chasing her. But I've got them. I did that video earlier, that song. I did it. It's just I was just testing out a silly bit of AI, and I literally cried after hearing the song. The song said stuff about her, about the dog wagging her tail and running and dancing. Me and Tina used to dance. I used to take her front paws and lift them up, and we'd move her out. She'd be on her back paws. I didn't go too high. I kept stooped. I'm not silly, but we would dance. But the running and the dancing and there's a line in there about running wild or living wild in a field or something. Running in a field and being wild, living wild. And it all, I'd not put that in. I'd not programmed that in. I don't know where the fuck that came from, but I sat here and wept for. I was teary. The first time I was teary and just watering up a little bit. And I thought, pull yourself together, you big wuss. But the second time I listened to it, I cried like a fucking baby. Only for 5 or 10 seconds, but I did. It got me. So yeah, when I catch one of those videos of her running, and the memories I've got of her running away, so the first 3 times she ran away, and I mean ran away from me, like didn't get her back that day kind of thing. She ran like grease lightning. As a kid, we tried having a greyhound as a pet. Bad idea. Single greyhound. They're pack animals, and they want to move around and they whine and cry a lot without other dogs around them. So we only had this greyhound for about a month and took it back to the people we bought it from. I took it back. Parents bought it. I took it back and had to say goodbye. That was a tearjerker as well. What was I? 12 maybe. Anyway, yeah, but no. So what I'm saying is, we owned a greyhound, and she was an actual racing greyhound. She had she had the pedigree and the paperwork, and she had been I got noise. I'm not sure if it was an animal close or something. We had hammering in the wood again last night. You know, I've told you about a guy named Frank, or said his name was Frank, built a camp, him and his friends one night. The friends drove off on these scooters, but he stayed there, and over 2 nights he built this thing up out of pallet wood. We had hammering and banging in the wood at 1:30 again last night. But anyway, go back to the greyhound. I'd owned a greyhound, a racing greyhound. When Tina ran away from me the first couple of times, I'd never seen a dog move like it. Now she was frightened both times. Another dog had a go at her, and but I've got these memories of me and Tina at the kiosk, the pub in the park in the top field of the 3-field park here. We used to. I'd get my beer and have a couple of sips, claim my table, put it down on the table, and then I'd let Tina off the lead and we'd race. And all the old folks sat at the bar, sat at the kiosk, would laugh. And every now and again, my foot would go in a divot where there used to be a sprinkler and they've moved the sprinkler, and I would go head over heels. Keep it polite. I would go head over heels, and they'd all laugh, and I'd get up and we'd race again. And sometimes, if there were too many other dogs around or children, I'd have her on the lead and we'd race. If she was on the lead, I'd win. Get to I won. But when she was running free, I mean, it wasn't even a competition. She was 3 times faster than me without even trying. So I've got all these past memories of when she could run. I've got some videos of it. Certainly many of the videos where she's walking around the camp, sometimes free, more often than not dragging a log or a bottle of water behind her because I'd have to tie her down in some way or she'd do some kind of damage. There's a reason that she's nicknamed Tina Death and Destruction. But yeah, when you do catch a video and she's actually mobile, running or walking or just strutting around the camp, yeah, it gets me every time. Okay, then Karen's arguing me. She's saying she didn't. It wasn't her fan. She did find it. Scared of the police. So are the normal Brits. Yeah, actual criminals or certain gangs aren't intimidated by them, are they? The police seem to have gone. The UK police. Someone who they know is just going to be processed through the system and spat out again and don't care. They stop picking them up. So they go for the easy target. The quiet, shy, normal guy who's just protesting something, let's say, will grab him because he's going to be intimidated by the system. He's going to be frightened by the process. He's going to behave himself afterwards, not just walk out and not give a shit. And so over time, tell me you haven't. I don't think you have. Must have just farted. What was I saying? Yeah. So over time, they develop a sense of grabbing the easy target. When there's protests with two groups, English against whatever, grab the 60-year-old woman and mace her and pepper spray her. Because there's no point going after the other bunch. They don't care. They're a gang. They'll come back after you. Maybe they'll get you. Did you see the video? I put one out. It wasn't my video, but I forwarded a video. It might have only gone to Twitter. I might not have put this on YouTube. The old guy in the nursing home, 92 years old. He's got a butter knife in his hand. Thinks he's going to defend himself with a butter knife. One leg, in a wheelchair, 92, and he's got a butter knife. You could have just walked up and taken it off him. He couldn't. If he'd stabbed you with it, it wouldn't have done anything. It's a butter knife. It's as blunt and as flat as any knife can be. There's no point. There's no sharp edge. It's a butter knife. It's a blunt knife by design. Two police officers stood in the doorway of his room inside. Guy batons him to try and get the knife away, fails, and the female officer tases him. 92-year-old one-legged man sat in a wheelchair, tasered. And the woman's excuse was, I thought my colleague was going to hurt him too badly, so I thought it was best to tase the victim to stop my colleague going overboard. Mate, if you think that your colleague's going to go overboard, taser your fucking colleague. What are you on about? And then they're being prosecuted for excessive force or whatever, assault, whatever. And they get off with it because the jury back the blue, just believe the police, just whatever. And they give the excuse, we thought he was about to flee his room and get out and be a danger to others. There's one doorway to his bedroom and there's two coppers stood in it. He's in a fucking wheelchair. He's got one leg. The fuck? I'm shouting. Yeah, arrested for a tweet, all of that, home invaded. Who's the judge that granted a search warrant? Why do those cops, when they turn up 6 or 8 cops to raid someone's house over a Facebook or a tweet, who's the judge? What was the probable cause that warranted a search? And then they stand there looking through the literature saying, ooh, bit Brexity, as if backing Brexit was some kind of crime. Now, we can agree or disagree about the merits of Brexit, but we should all be able to agree that voting Brexit was not a fucking crime. That's not something that while you're searching someone's house you should be commenting on. What the fuck? You're a representative of the government. Yeah, I looked on Amazon and saw lots of dog wheels. Gauging the size, Chris, that's the thing. Gauging the size and the weight, and then we've got the delivery fucking issue. Lots of dog wheels and harnesses and things, yeah, and starting from like 34 euros upwards to like 150, 180, 200, based on quality, size of dog, and size in lots of different dimensions: chest, waist, height, legs, if they are going to be stood on their legs in some way, all of that, and then size of wheels and terrain, what they're built for. All those options. I was on Amazon the other day, which is where I discovered that they were cheaper than I thought they were. I was under the impression that they were like 500 euros and upwards. Maybe I've done a search at some point in the past, or maybe someone's told me something. I don't know. I don't know where I got that from, but it meant that I haven't looked recently until last Saturday or Sunday. Karen has a hanging storage for me. She forgot to give it to me. Okay, cheers. Chris is still trying to get the tablet. Bigfoot monster truck. That was the word I was looking for. I couldn't get there. The big American trunks. Okay. How far behind am I? Is there lots of... Because once I... Okay, I'm at the end of chat. I thought I was way, way behind. You guys not been posting, or is my chat locked up again? That's because what we have for police now are inept, arrogant, immature, and often in uniform for the power. It attracts psychopaths and sociopaths, and they don't do anything to weed them out. That part of the recruiting process should be psychological evaluation. If you turn up wanting to be a copper and you've shaved your head especially for the job, here's what I notice: the shaved heads. And I know blokes of a certain age go bald and will get a short haircut. The only police you see with more than, say, 3 millimeters of hair on their head are the ones that come out to do the press conference after a conviction, or it's the chief superintendents upwards, or superintendents upwards. It's not your inspectors, your sergeants, and your normal Bobby on the beat. They've all got fucking shaved heads, more or less. They're all skinheads. And I mean that in the 1970s, 1980s sense of the fucking word. Bother boys who are looking for a bit of fight and to express power and to intimidate. I say make them all wear the stupid hat again. Make them do 2 years of stupid hat, and that'll weed out the ones that are in it for the appearance, for the, what I mean. The ones that are there just to flex. Give them a hat that we can all laugh at, and if they can put up with that for 2 years, then they're probably all right. That might have been the original purpose of the hat, for all I know. The wooden top hats, not the peak cap that they now try and pull down over the eyes, so they have to tilt their head backwards to look at you and be all Nazi. Give them the wooden top. If they can stand 2 years of ridicule without getting aggressive and without it challenging their ego too much, then maybe they can handle the job. I've only just thought of it, but maybe that was the purpose of the wooden top hat. You think that the hat worked, gave them a presence, the big hat? I don't know, because back then they were all big anyway. Back when they had a height limit. You had to be 6 foot or whatever before you could start. You had to be 6 foot and preferably an ex-squaddy. See that? I think that gave discipline and respect for authority and not abusing authority. A soldier's job, most people don't quite get this, a soldier's job is to protect. They're not killers. They're not there because we want to be killers. They're there to protect their country, to protect their civilians. And while they're in another country, to protect those civilians. Weed out the baddies and do whatever needs doing, you know, which can involve killing, but protect the civilians. A soldier's job is to protect. So if you take an ex-soldier, and especially an old school ex-soldier, I don't know about nowadays. I see things moving in the wrong direction, not just with the police, but with ex-forces. But if it's done properly, 6 foot tall, built like a brick shit house, and with the right attitude to serve and protect, as the Americans would say, that can be good. But you take someone who's in it for ego and who's looking to escalate. You see them walking up to people and encroaching in their space because they know that they can't be punched. So they'll come and stand on your toes. Crime bodge online. Crime bodge. The word crime, bodge as in to mess up. B-O-D-G-E. His first ever video was about how he had a gang of cops surround him and one of them literally stood on his toes. So they came right up to him. Obviously you can't push them away. You should be able to. That should be part of like a self-defense thing, maintain space and distance. He couldn't do that, but he couldn't back away because the copper was stood on his foot. Arrogant prick of a gang of cops. Started Crime Bodge and he was great. He slacked off in recent years because he was writing a big book about your rights and about how to protect yourself and about how to bring your own prosecutions against the police. But he used to feature videos of police being cunts. There were so many of them, which is why I do like the auditors. I know some of you guys out there don't like the what are called auditors. They walk around with a camera and the police will walk up to them and say, "What are you doing? Fuck off, put that phone down. You can't video in public," whilst walking around in public videoing. And then you can request their body cam as well and get both sides of the argument. I do like most of the auditors. Some of them are a bit too in your face and a bit too triggering situations. But yeah, I mean the whole island thing, yeah. But you've also got like when there's a natural disaster and you need a body of, I'm going to say men, because frankly, if you're lifting sandbags or unloading a wagon, it needs to be men. Sorry, ladies. Just, there's a reason that road crew is 99% men and the bricklayers and hod carriers. Females are particularly underrepresented as hod carriers. So much so that when there was one, she made the news. You know what I mean? You want some heavy lifting, you need some grunt work and a presence and ship moving and doing. Men. And the army are a body of men that are on standby for when riverbanks flood and for when, I'm going to say earthquakes, we don't get them in Britain really, but that kind of stuff. Yeah. Obviously, it's protecting, but when that means stopping people that are threatening, then it becomes the surgical application of violence. I hate it when people tell me that violence never solved anything. Some guy's running towards you with a machete and you've got a gun. The surgical application of violence solves that problem. It solved a little conflict in the Falklands. It solved World War II and the application of violence is one of the tools in the armory. The overall job is to protect, but the way you do that is by being bigger and better at the violence than the other guys. The Green Goddesses and stuff in when the fire service are on strike and what have you. Good example. Humping Sadback, yeah. It's that. That's a lot of people grow up thinking the army is about bang bang, shooty shooty bang bang, kill kill kill, and that's probably harrowing for the guys when it happens. But it's such a if you in terms of the time that you're doing it, like 3, 6, 9, 12 years in, and a few minutes doing shooty shooty bang bang. Patrols and active duty in foreign lands, harrowing and always on edge. But the actual time that you're receiving fire or giving fire, such a small percentage of the overall service. The rest is protecting and looking for the threats. Removing the threats when necessary, obviously. But it's so misunderstood, I think, by the public, by the general public. If you were to just, stop a man in the street and ask him what's the purpose of the army or what does a soldier do, they're going to say, well, he kills. And to an extent, trained to the peak of physical perfection, combat ready, not basic, but combat readiness, trained to the peak of physical ability, trained to kill. Sounds like a bad combination, doesn't it? Train someone to the peak of their physical ability, train them to kill and set them loose. But no, because discipline and a role to protect. I think that's been lost a little bit recently. I've met some ex-squaddies who were not nice people. And a lot of those ones go into the police still and are accepted by them. Police, prison service, and security guards is where a lot of forces go, ex-forces. And there's a common theme there, isn't there? It's authority over others, and some of those jobs just attract the wrong people. I don't know. How far am I behind with? Did I catch all chat? I've got a feeling walking wheels 200 upwards, that probably was what you saw. Do you know I saw some starting as low as 35? Smaller dogs. I might not have been on that might have just been in the search results on Amazon, not on Amazon, on Google. So it could have been bringing those up from Temu or from Alibaba or whatever it calls itself now, AliExpress. Yeah, you see, I am seeing posts that weren't there before. The one there, yes, but the hat made them all 12 inches taller. It did. If you were already like 6'4" and then you put that hat on. But also, the hat wouldn't have looked as silly and out of proportion, would it, on someone that was already that big? Arrogant, immature, often in uniform for the power. Yeah. This is why when I watch some of these, YouTube's full of the videos of them. Now, mainly when I guess I've gone down a rabbit warren, down the rabbit hole with it. I get a lot of American videos of it, but the attitudes, the arguments, the things they say are the same. You say something like, "Oh, I hate you lot," but you've never met me. It's like, no, I didn't say. I'm expressing a disgust at the entire corpus, the entire body. But they trot off this say, "You never met me." Oh, so you asked what am I under arrest for? Oh, I don't know, I've only just got here. Then why are you bossing me about and doing shit if you don't know what the situation, and you end up, the American ones are fucking hilarious. They'll pull someone over for fucking drunk driving and they'll end up with like 10 police cars and 20 officers. And they'll ask the first guy on the scene what happened, and he'll lie and exaggerate about what he saw and what the circumstances were. Nobody looks at the fucking video camera. Those nowadays, there's no excuse that those cameras can't be being relayed back live to a police station, whatever you want to call it. Different words in different countries. Precinct, maybe. There's no reason that couldn't be being relayed back, and somebody senior in command looks at the initial incident and radios back, let him go. It's bullshit that our guy's exaggerating what happened. It didn't happen that way. Instead, you get 10 guys beating someone up, pepper spraying him, tasing him, pulling guns and threatening to shoot him, all while he's already handcuffed. because the original copy says he's resisting. You know that whole thing. Put them in handcuffs and immediately shout, stop resisting. Like I said before, resisting and an assaulting police officer, they're automatic tack-ons that they use so often. And judges are not on the lookout for it. Every Monday morning in particular, when the weekend's haul of, from the drunk tank or whatever, are hauled in, the judge should be wanting to see video of the initial incident. The whole tacked on resistings and assault. Apparently, if they bend your arms back too far and it feels to them that you're tensing up, and it's not, it's just that your arms don't move that fucking far, rotator cuff injuries or whatever, your arms just don't move that way anymore. Maybe you're muscle bound and your arms just don't reach there, or maybe you're just old and inflexible. They class it as resisting. You tensed while I'm trying to put the cuffs on. That's resisting. I watch the videos and they annoy the heck out of me. I have to stop watching them after half an hour because the blood pressure's rising and I'm getting ready to I'm shouting to the guy that's been arrested. Headbutt him. Headbutt the cop. Do it now. Claim self-defense. You were already in cuffs, you were being pepper sprayed and tased. Just fucking headbutt him. It's a clear self-defense from excessive force. I'm shouting I'm shouting now. But yeah. Oh, Walking Wheels is a specific brand, okay. Remind me, Chris, your unit with your amazing equipment. Was this engineers or artillery or are you nuclear? I watch some of them, and sometimes I watch just the initial approach of the officer, and he comes right up to, and I'm saying smack, just smack. You don't know he's actually a copper at this point. He's not behaving like one. He's not, especially when they've not got a hat. Without a hat, you're out of uniform. You're not official, as far as I'm concerned. Without a hat, you're unofficial. You're just, I don't know, maybe you're on tea break, maybe you're not on duty, maybe you're, fuck knows. But if they approach in that really aggressive manner and get right in you, I'm at least, I'm thinking the heel of the palm and striking the chest and pushing back. I get aggravated just watching them nowadays. A guy in America, Long Island Audit, he is superb at handling them. He had about 13 cops run out of a station the other day and surround him and all start demanding this, that, and giving contradictory instructions. And he said, "Who are you?" He said, "I'm in charge here." He says, "No, you're not. You're in charge of them. They're in the police and you're a higher rank than them. So they're below you. I'm a member of the public. I'm above you." I just gave it that, which I think is it's a variation of a thing I first heard on the Jersey Copper who became a detective, John Nettles, Bergerac. I got there. I first heard that on Bergerac after he'd been kicked out of the police and gone and become a private detective. Missile artillery, nuclear and biological. Yeah, that'd do it. Things have gone south by the time you're involved. Farmer, are you just arriving? I think that's the first message I've seen from you, so I'm going to assume that you've either been lurking and just stepping in. We're on 3.5 hours, folks, or we're over 3.5 hours, and I'm still on. Did I not finish beer number 2? That's incredible. Keep those hands in your pockets. They're not lethal weapons. Except according to the Policia Local, it was Policia Local, wasn't it, here, that said that I bruised him by hitting his bulletproof vest. I must be a lethal weapon. Bruce Lee's got fucking nothing. Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris, add them together. They couldn't have bruised this copper's chest through his bulletproof vest, especially by not even hitting him. That's just amazing. The warm dregs in the can. The warm dregs. Haven't seen anything from Karen in a while. Did she say she was leaving, or is she still there? Hello, Fama. I thought we'd already spoken. You're not having that tournament boxing match. I'm a fat old man nowadays. I mean, I couldn't get anywhere near that. I don't know where they make that shit up from. Cheers, everyone. But judges that listen to this resisting arrest and assaulting a police officer shit. Oh, that last bit went down the wrong way. Too many judges just take that at face value. Oh, if the police say he resisted arrest, then he did. Oh, that's annoying. Slowly move the beer away from the lamp. It is right in front of it at the minute. I'll show you. Just to prove the point. There's the beer. There's the lamp. Stood on an insulated cup. Let me just check my power. Down to 61. I had the phone plugged in earlier, but when it got up to 100%, it got all crackly. So I had to take the cable out and come back in. So now it's unplugged. I just need to monitor and make sure we don't run out of power. How's Tina doing? She looks like she's asleep, but she's not purring contentedly. Oh, she's okay. Is that you off to bed, Karen? Big day tomorrow. Long day. Safe journey, safe travels. Yeah, she was here earlier, but yeah, just sorting. Okay, your last minute packing. Pack the tablet, unless someone in the family wants it. Please. I said that I'm commanding. Did you hear how I sound all graspy and grabby? That's wrong. I hate it when I catch myself and hear myself being like that. Let's think. It will be packed. Thank you. Appreciate that. Again, guys, again. Top of the line Gizmotrons. I can't remember what it was she said, but it's Samsung Galaxy tablet of some description or other. And it won't be that old. Cheers, Karen and family. Is Christine coming with you this time again? Grasping the beer if you don't move away from there. Less than a year old and unused, more or less. Hold on. I'm not sure if Jack Attack's telling us a truth story or if it's a line-up for a joke. I'm waiting for a punchline because there was 3 dots at the end. We had the ellipsis. Oh, 4 dots. How did you get 4 dots? Never used. Oh, we might have problems initiating it and getting it set up. There might have been passcodes and stuff emailed to you separately, or you might have to type in a receipt number or something to get it working. Hey Tina, you've woken up. Hello, babe. Hello, you. You here again? Did you have a nice dream? Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, my girl. You're okay. Yeah, it's still the same night. It's still the same night. You're okay. You were snoring nicely before, a little bit earlier. You were quiet just a few minutes ago, though. You okay? Tickle your belly. Yeah, tickle belly. Woohoo! I got you. I got your tickle spot. Although your tickle spot's almost anywhere nowadays. There's my girl. She just woke up. Hold on, where am I here? Oh, Karen tried to set it up. Ah, you see, that sounds like I'm going to struggle already. Steak cherry pie. What is steak cherry pie? Is steak cherry a type of cherry? Because you American... Oh, no. You're... Hold on. I got to get this right. Farmer's a Canuck, yeah? But over there, you don't really do meat pies, do you? Anywhere that side of the Atlantic. Steak cherry pie. I don't know what I'm hearing. I'm assuming it's not meat and cherry. So I'm assuming steak cherry is a type of cherry. Let me scroll to the bottom quick in case I'm missing something. Catering. Okay, you had okay. You're offering. Okay, so this is this to Karen? Is this you're saying thank you to Karen offering steak, cherry pie, and soft serve ice cream? Okay. You see, people say that. What's the word I'm looking for again? Fucking hell. The little squiggles that we put between words, commas and punctuation. Fuck. Can you see me? Is there a doctor out there? Somebody's got to be able to fucking diagnose the Alzheimer's that's here. Jesus H. Christ. The way I have to give myself clues to get there. That's what I hate. Fuck. I know you're not a techie. Karen had steak pie tonight. I had one of those beef cheeks. Or I had half of one of the beef cheeks. There's still some in the pan. I didn't do anything fancy. Sorry, Farmer, I didn't follow your recipe. I just tried to slice it, which it's a bit gristly in places, and I don't know how to butcher it properly to cut it into better pieces or anything. So it probably should have just been braised as you recommended in a liquid. I just fried some onions, sliced the cheek, the beef cheek, put it in the pan. I had some frozen veg that's on the verge of, well, it's defrosted, still cold, but needs using. So I used half tonight, and the plan was to use the other cheek steak tomorrow and the other veg and do a variation, maybe with more liquid, more of a stew. I don't know, but I didn't have the option of wines, and I got some lemon. I got lemon, or I've got balsamic vinegar. Well, that'd be it. I got a little bit of garlic somewhere, but I'm not sure where. A little bit of ginger I could have gone with. So I might throw in a bit of garlic, a bit of ginger, maybe a bit of lemon juice. Fry the meat and the onions and what have you. Add some liquid and add the other veggies, the beans and peas, I think it was. And maybe I'll cook some potatoes in with it or something and just make it into a stew. It seems like a bit of an abuse of a good piece of meat, but I don't know. I could make a 2-day stew out of it. I just got to be careful it doesn't get ants or something in the meantime, or go off in the heat. I boiled some lentils, I think the day before yesterday, and this morning there was a mesh of growth, white, almost like spider webs, but with lots of central hubs branching out. Not good. Not good that a bit of food. I boiled them the day before yesterday. I had some the day I made them. I had some yesterday, and I thought, oh, if you get there quick enough in the morning, it won't have gone off. It had. And the worst thing is, it's not like I can just like flush them down the toilet or put them down the drain or you're in a field. You don't want to just dump a pile of food nearby, because Ratus and his smaller friends. So I had to walk and walk and walk and walk with this pan before I could just pour it all away. What else are you going to do? I thought about just pouring the liquid away and putting the solids in a bin bag, but my bin bag's not ready to go. It's a fairly big bag, and then I've got a bin bag or a trash bag, whatever you're going to call it. I don't want that in the tent for the next 2 days with food in it. I just took it over into the other field and wanged it. Probably not the best thing, but what can you do? I got you with the steak, cherry pie sauce. I get it. Yeah. Draft beer. Yeah, I got the separate. I got there. I understood. As soon as you said frigging comma between them, I knew where you were. Not a techie, said Karen. And then, okay, has she gone or is she still here? She said she was going. Night, everyone. When was that? 48. Oh, I'm only 3 minutes late. I'll go at the bottom and then I'll work back. Oh, Jack Attack. When you have that thing that you can't remember, and it comes to you like 2 fucking days later, or 4 o'clock the next morning when it's no good and no use. It's almost as bad as when someone says something nasty to you and you want to snap back and you can't think of anything. And it's only an hour later when you're walking home that you think of the perfect comeback line. Fuck. You want to email them and say, "Here you go, you fucker," but that looks lame. Um, yeah, no, night, Karen. Yeah. See you soon. How did you fry? How do you fry? You get a pan hot and just put some oil in. The onions first. Onion, always number first. So I got the onions, I'm not going to say caramelized, but they were well on their way. Then I pushed them over to one side of the pan, revealing the metal at the bottom. The meat had been kind of sliced. Um, I didn't get evenly across, that would have been too big. I went in from the top down at an angle, so got some kind of diagonal slices, so it's thinner. Covered the bottom of the pan with the meat and left it. It stuck to the pan, and then over time it releases, doesn't it? And you get the fond on the bottom of the pan. You think people who don't know think it's burning or whatever when it's sticking, but no, it's okay to let some meat stick to the pan. They will release when they're ready. And at that point, turned it over. I got my Maillard reaction going. Same again the other side. And at that point, I threw the veggies in because of them being frozen, they came in with liquid. So that helps me get the fond off the bottom of the pan. And then I just let it all just sit for, I don't know. The meat was basically, once I put it all in, I stirred it all up so the veg went to the bottom and the meat came up. So the meat's it's in a little bit of liquid, but it's kind of steaming and just sitting there. If I'd had stock cubes to hand, I might have put a bit more water in and some stock. Well, not water and stock. The water would have been the stock with the stock cubes, wouldn't it? But they're buried in a box. See, this is another thing about being in a tent. You put things in boxes so that rats and mice and stuff can't get to them. But then the boxes have a flat surface on top. So you either put another box on top or you pile a load of crap on top because flat surface. Now you can't get into your box easily and get your stock cubes or flavorings or got a whole box out there. Stock cubes and flavorings, and I've even got, I don't know how. Do you know those like parchment paper wraps you're supposed to with herbs in, like a pocket with herbs, and you're supposed to put your chicken in, seal it, and you put the whole thing in the oven. Well, no oven, so I don't know why I've got them or how I came to have them. But I've got these. I got these parchment paper pockets with herbs and spices. I mean, I can dip the meat in them, take them out, and just fry them or something. But it's not what they're intended for. Probably the balance of flavors wouldn't be right after I've finished. But yeah, I got all sorts. I've got all sorts. But it gets put in a box and gets buried and gets lost, forgotten about, rediscovered 2 months later. Yeah. No, it defrosted. It's. I've had them a couple of days, so they've defrosted now. They were still cold, cool, from the cool box and what have you. But they no, they were a bit gristly. Probably, if I was more experienced with that particular cut of meat, I could have, I don't know, done something with it, like butchered it in some way. Taken out bits of gristle or bits of whatever the membrane's called, the silver skin. There's probably, there's layers of stuff going on in there that I didn't know what I was looking at. My knife's not particularly sharp, so it was all just a little bit hack away, just hack at it. But it's meat. It got ate. Yeah, I'm just worried that it's sat out there now, and I'm just hoping that the lid fits tightly on the pan, and that I don't wake up tomorrow and find it full of ants. If I do, I'll just turn the heat on under it. Most of the ants will scatter, and the ones that don't, it's just extra protein, isn't it? with a slightly formic acidy taste afterwards. But there's no harm in eating ants. I checked because I've done it before. I had a box of cornflakes that was infested with little bastards once. I poured the cornflakes into the bowl, tapped the bowl, and half of them run out. Start pouring milk in, half of what's left run out, but there's still a good number there in the milk. So I had to read up on whether it's safe to eat ants or food that ants have been in, and it is, as long as they're not your fiery red ants or whatever. As long as they're not the ones that are obviously poisonous is probably not the right word, but the irritant ones, as long as they're not some subspecies of craziness. You see, that's a problem, farmer. The toilet paper one, that's a problem that I don't have here. I don't use toilet paper. He says reaching for the phone with his right hand. No toilet paper because disposing of it would be too cumbersome. Squat and drop. I bag it up and I wash with a cloth. I have 2 cloths which I cycle through. Great discussion. Deglaze with white wine. Yeah, deglazing with white wine would be good if I had white wine or any wine. Even a white wine vinegar would be okay for deglazing. I'm deglazing with the liquid from the frozen peas and frozen beans, green beans. You know, like they call them round beans here, ubia redondo, but you know the ones I mean. The green tube cut into bits, pack frozen. But that was my deglazing. That and the meat juices and whatever liquid came out of the onions. But yeah, stock would have worked. What else? I do have a Jif lemon. I've got a couple of real lemons. It's not actually Jif. See, there's a brand name difference. That Jif to you is probably peanut butter. Is it? No, that's Skippy. Oh, I don't know. We have a plastic lemon here called Jif. Not here. England. But yeah, squeezy plastic lemon. I got a couple of real ones that are probably particularly dry now. The flesh could probably be used in something, but you wouldn't take the, what do you call it when you take the peel off the lemon? You wouldn't do that. I've had them too long for that. Maybe you could steam them or something, bring them back to life. I don't know. I've got a whole tray of onions that are past their sell-by date. Half my meal today was the shoots from the onion. I had to throw a couple of onions away because the onion had turned to mush because the growth of the shoot. I probably could have planted the thing. I don't know what that would have ended up with. But yeah, no, I chopped the, so it was like spring onions, green onions, as some people call them, I think. Spring onion, green onions. What's the other name? Scallions. It was like that, but it's not. It's just the shoots off the top of the onions. I've got 2 drawers on my veg rack that I need to check tomorrow. Yeah, I said I'd had some flies in here earlier, or earlier this week, and I'd found something that had gone bad, that had been lost in a bag. But I still had more flies in here today than I like. Now we are in a field and the doors are wide open, you do get flies. But I think something was attracting them. So we might have a potato or an onion that's gone, you know, really gone bad in the veg rack here. So I'll have a look for that and I'll sort out, I think I'll do a proper full stew though tomorrow with potatoes, onions, I've got I've got the remnants of the frozen beans and the peas. I do have jars of beans as well. Um, I don't know. Don't overload it and do too much because there's no point doing a 3 day stew at this time of year. I can have it if I make it on a late afternoon or an evening. I can have it that night, early morning the next day, maybe lunchtime. You go the full 24 hours, you're probably going to be risking it unless you've been able to keep it out of the sun and keep it cool somehow. Got to be careful, guys, living in a field. Chris has learnt the word fond today. Yeah, it's the bits that stick to the bottom of the pan that you think are burnt but aren't. As long as you don't leave them there too long and let the pan get too hot. Those are the best bits. When you put meat in the pan, you get when it's frying or browning, the reaction that browns the meat is called Maillard reaction. Carbohydrates and proteins are kind of caramelizing. Um, yeah, and some of it sticks. When you put hot meat in a frying pan, it stinks. And a lot of people will then get the spatula and rag it around and rip it off the pan. You should, if your pan's not ridiculously hot, you should better just leave it. Give it a minute. And as the juices and things come out of the meat, it will release itself and free. And then you can move it around to a different hotter part of the pan, or if you think it's ready for turning over, you can turn it over and brown the other side. So you do that, but those bits that stick on the bottom, those are the most caramelized parts. Those are the best tasting parts. So you want those. Don't let your pan get too hot and burn them, but then you need to release them somehow. A liquid. A wine. A vinegar, as long as it's not, don't go in with like a malt vinegar, but a white wine vinegar, an apple cider vinegar, something. It depends on your meal and what your recipe is, but something like that. Wines, vinegars, stock will do the job. You just get a better taste if you reduce a wine. When you put a wine into the hot pan, whatever amount you put in, you want to leave it alone until you get down to half, until you've boiled away half. Reduce the liquid so the water and the alcohol evaporate, but all the flavour stays. So what's left is twice as flavoursome. And then you can start adding your other stuff, whatever your stock or whatever you might be going with. What was that word, farmer? Just get a cheap horn, Mike. Just get a cheap one. Just get a cheap bone. Just get a cheap one. And we're talking about wine, are you? Or stuff the box full of pork. Really pork that box. Okay. Braised or slow cooks. I know it should be. I started cooking about an hour and a half before I was coming live, so I couldn't piss about. I would have still been eating it now. Yeah, I know it's a meat that should be done low and slow, or braised or stewed. Yeah. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. I didn't start it earlier. I was just not in. I'm surprised I even cooked it at all today. I know that just quick frying it or whatever wasn't the best serving suggestion. So tomorrow, for breakfast or lunch, I'll have what's left from today's, and if I'm hungry enough tomorrow evening, I'll cook a different way. If I'm not hungry though, can I keep it another day? Oh, I might have to cook it regardless of whether I'm hungry. That's a thing. I may have to cook it regardless, even if I'm not in the mood or even if I'm not hungry. See, my stomach has shrunk, and it's entirely possible that I will eat what's left, either for breakfast or for lunch, and that will just be me full for the rest of the day and not feel like eating. The last 2 or 3 days, I ate. So yesterday, I had 4 slices of bread, two cheese sandwiches, basically, 4 slices of bread with cheese. That's all I had yesterday in the entire day. The day before that, I'm not sure I ate anything. I can forget to eat for 2 days and suddenly realise I've not eaten. I don't get hungry anymore much, not often. Like I said, the stomach is shrinking. The waistline isn't. I don't know, folks. Ooh, that took me by surprise. I'm yawning. We're over 4 hours. I didn't notice it. I would have cheersed you on the 4 hours at the top of the hour. Either 4 hours on there or at midnight here. I'm 8 seconds late on my watch, and I'm probably a couple of minutes late on here. 7 minutes past midnight. Oh, because we're 5 past there. Hold on, am I reading that wrong? I am. It wasn't midnight, it was 8 minutes past midnight. I can't read in a straight line anymore, guys. 8s and 0s, you know what I mean, on a digital watch. I don't even get to see the black of the watch. It's inverted just due to the lighting. It shines bright, but the little horizontal in the 8 isn't exactly horizontal, and it is little. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Hey, babe. I'm going to come talk to the peoples. Come here. Do you know what we can do? If I've not used... Have I given it you already, or is it still here? Hold on, folks. I do have a treat, I think, for her. I think I has treats. Give me a second. It's possible I gave it her already. Oh, where was it? It was here, was it? No, it might have been out there. Hold on. Oh! What am I standing on? I got my foot caught in the bedding. Oh! Well, this is turning into a faff, isn't it? Give me a second. Which way's the camera? Is that back at me? We go that way, we go that way. We turn a light on. And we see... Whoa! I'm falling off the bed. Here it is. We do have a treat. I was worried. Oh, let me turn back to me. No. Stay on the bed, monster. Oh, she hears the ruffle of plastic. Hold on. I've got to do this on camera, otherwise what's the point? Get back on the bed. Get on the bed. Go. Oh, bugger. Okay. Other way around. Light on. Here we go. Look, there's Tina. There's the treat. Look at the size of that thing. Rawr. Go on, monster. Don't make too much of a mess of the bed. I'll have to clean it in the morning. Oh! But there's my girl. She'll tackle that in no time. That's a set of treats I didn't know I had. Let's turn back to me. Because, you know, star of the show. Well, I'm not. Whoa! What'd I lose? Shit's falling off the chopping board. Okay, folks, where was I? I got a Tina, and she's got a treat. That's nice. What happened, Mike? You seem down. Forgot police of long ago. You what? Are your words in the right order? Is there a sentence in there somewhere? You've gone all Yoda on me. No, I'm not down. Deglazing I know, but never knew the fond bit. Yeah, you know, you watch a few chefy channels. Some of them are a bit too up their own ass. They do talk a lot of shit as well. One chef will tell you one thing about, oh, turn steaks often because it forces the liquid out, the moisture into the middle and seals it and stops it. And another will say, no, that's bullshit, that's been disproven. And they're just, one will say, put it in the pan and just don't touch it for 2 minutes, then turn it 1 minute the second side, and you just get so much chefy nonsense. They've all then there's Jamie Oliver. Fuck, that guy fucked up. Chili jam. What was he making? Was it fucking fried rice? Chili jam. He puts the wackiest, weirdest ingredients into some of the simplest meals that are just egg fried rice, and he had fucking chili jam. And then he was making a carbonara and he goes in with peas. What? Reconnecting? How long was I gone? Did you even notice I was gone? Tells me I've just reconnected. I was just ranting about Jamie Oliver. When he was a kid, when he was young and he did The Naked Chef, he was brilliant. But I think over the years, the impetus to add your own twist to things all the time, to teach the public something, but to make it your own. And he's just, I think he's away with the fucking fairies now. When you watch him, the way he goes so far off base with the recipe, and he'd tell you, I'm making the traditional version of a carbonara, or the traditional version of this, that, and the other. He made the news headlines in Spain. He made the news a couple of years back because he must have been was it paella? Must have been. He made a paella. But he made the classic mistake of throwing chorizo, because Spanish, chorizo is, so everything must have chorizo. And he did that, and they're all like, no, never chorizo in a paella. And he did it so bad, it made the fucking news. Not just on one channel, like on all of them. Questions in Parliament and shit. That's your Jamie Oliver. I love it. And then you've got Uncle Roger, the comedian bloke, watching and reacting and saying how shit it all is. You ought to get a job as a... Oh, we ought to get a job. Okay, you're saying you ought to get me a job as a chef. No, I'm rubbish. Jackie Tech says 0.013. I don't know where he makes these numbers up from. Unless you've got the stats for geeks enabled, whatever that's called. Tina, what are you doing and where are you going and why? Can you get back on the bed, please? Oi! She's dropped it off the bed, hasn't she? Oi, what's going on? You dropped your food off the bed. Where are you going? No, where are you going? What are you doing? What is this shit? Get on the bed. Get back on the bed. Not having it. No, no. You're not wandering off around the bloody tent in the middle of the night. What are you doing, girl? Have I got a light to hand? I did have. Where is it? I think you've dropped something and you're trying to be a bugger about it. That's what I think. Although I can't find anything. So what are you doing? I'm hoping this isn't a walkie situation. We did that. We did the walkie thing just before we went live. You should be sorted for that. No accidents tonight, thank you. Dog. Okay. I abandoned you, I'm sorry. I was shouting at the dog. You probably heard. Now I'm sitting on spoons. Oh, and my my rather lethal penknife, folding knife, would be illegal in the UK. I don't know about Spain. Locking knives are illegal in the UK. And also the blade, I'm not sure. Looks to be about, would you say 2.5 inches, would you say? Here's my thumb, or the knuckle of my thumb against the bottom of it. So that's one, two, I'd say 2.5 inches. I think the blade limit in the UK is 3 inches, but you're not allowed to have them lock. And this one does until you... Now it's given to me by a Finnish friend, so that's my defence if anybody says. Also, I'm not out in public, it's inside my home. There's my second defence. Although my lawyer probably wouldn't allow that. She'll say that's not what the other guy says. What are you panting at, Tina? What's wrong? I don't know what this is. This is like the other night when you made me take you out for walkies and you just turned around and came back in without doing anything. Highly fucking annoying. The walls are rippling with the wind. It's not strong, but when she's looking at them, she hates it when things move on their own. My doggy she just hates those kind of movements. What's going on here? The counter on the video says 2 hours 10 minutes. Why does it do that? We're on almost 4 hours 20. Well, you guys got a counter. How long's the video? How long we been live? It says 2 hours 10 here. 2 hours 11 now. That's a bit. The chew woke her up. No. She was already awake, that's why I gave her the chew. Hey, babe. Did you eat it all? I can't see it. If you think that you were trying to go find it, it's not there. I think she might have been looking for another one. She's like, yeah, I've finished that. Now I'm going to go get another. And there is no other chew, darling. And it's bedtime. It's 12:15 for us. 20 past. I got to start using there is a light on the... will I be able to show you? It does light up with the time. I just don't use it if I don't have to. And I tend to think I don't have to, but then I misread the time, so... Maybe resets on a disconnect. Not usually. What usually happens is, I'll end, like, let's say that it gets to 4 hours, and I say, okay guys, we're coming up on 4 hours, I'm going to end it there. And I'll wait until 4 hours and 3 seconds or something. And then when I watch the video back the next day, it's 3 hours 57 and something, because the dropouts... The counter on my phone here keeps going. 4 hours odd on the rewind so far. Yeah, that's what I figured. 4:20 or thereabouts. Why did you say 2:12 here then? Ain't that weird? Okay, guys. I know that there are people out there that aren't in chat, and some of you are cycling in and cycling out. I'd appreciate a thumbs up. We're not going to hit the record, which is currently still 25, I think, for thumbs up while live. But they're always appreciated. If there's anybody new out there, make yourself known. Come and say hello in chat. And I'll give you some waffle about who I am and what I am and how and why I'm a tramp, if that's what you want. You just have to come and ask. It's free, it's open, it's not subscriber only. The only limit is an anti-spam measure that you can't post messages too quickly. So some people have a habit of writing a message, copying, and then just paste. We don't want any of that shenanigans. So there's a little delay between posts. The only restriction I've put on today. Occasionally I'll make it a members only chat. Subscribers only chat. But that again is just for me to try and drive my numbers up. But you can always subscribe, take part in chat, and then unsubscribe, even on those days. There's no... I'm not trying to force anybody's hand too strongly. It's just a little incentive. Anybody new out there wants to wants to come and say hello? Yeah, 4 hours. We are. I'm going to go with my own head tells me we're on 4 hours 22. Because I thought I started on the dot of 8 my time, 7 your time in the UK. So you're currently 11:22, yeah. Yeah. But I deliberately started early today to see whether I'd catch a different audience, to see if it'd be a different group of people. So instead of starting at 10:30, 11, whatever time I often start these things, I went a little earlier. Not sure whether it worked or made a difference. 4 hours 20, yeah, okay. Still feels like we've lost a couple of minutes there somewhere then. Maybe I was later starting than I thought. Who knows? Who knows? YouTube vagary. Okay, folks. Anybody out there got some topics for discussion? I can't come up with them all the time, all the way. I don't think I've really done any tangents from tangents. A couple of rants, but nothing spectacular. Do you know, I've still got to catch up from when did we start going haywire with them? A week ago or 10 days ago. So we did a couple of TrampCasts, and then we did a couple of TrampCast Hangouts. We did a couple of Hangouts, and then I did like 3 or 4 TrampCasts in a week, didn't I? Proper TrampCasts. We did the one on the Sunday, then one on a Monday, one, was it Wednesday or Thursday? No, Saturday. I left it till Saturday, and then Sunday. So we did 4 within those 8 days to get back on top and on track. I haven't watched half of them back. And the Hangout in particular, there's that one that I'm really nervous about watching back. The one where I got political and we discussed like the UK being invaded, as it were. And we also had me dropping the N-bomb. Yeah, I don't know what that looks like. I haven't dared watch that back yet. I said I wasn't going to do it, but that one day I would. But then I kind of got in the flow, and I was in the flow about not having my speech policed, and so I went there and did it. Yeah, not sure about that. We might have to pull that episode. I'm not sure. I can edit certain bits out, but as soon as I do that, chat replay goes away. You can't remove a chunk and keep chat replay, as far as I understand it. Chat replay goes away entirely. And without chat, what is this stream? It's the Hangouts they're nothing without the chat, which is why it annoys me that it keeps disappearing on me. I was looking earlier at, was it Streamlabs or StreamYards? I was on one of them, looking at one of them for multi-streaming, for the option multi-streaming. Obviously it's a paid extra, and it was like 14 or 15 euros a month. That ain't happening. Yeah, no, I'm not. What's that? 180 quid a year. I can't be spending donors' money on that. But what it would give me, I think even the free version, it looked like it gave better control of some aspects of the stream. For example, keeping the chat visible all the time. Looked like, and I've got no idea how to use it. I don't know whether I can set up a live stream from within. You can push a button and just go live, but what about all the details, the title and and all the other stuff that you need to enter. I'm not sure how that works. And how does it connect to YouTube? Because do I need to set the stream up first with YouTube and then it connects to the stream I've created? Or do you just, I might have to do some test push buttony stuff. You might see random live streams that only last 30 seconds until I realise. You'll see a live stream and it'll be me going, oh fuck, how do I delete this? that'll be the live stream. That will be it. I've got no experimenting. What are you meant to do? How do you learn how it works without pushing buttons and making it work? Done that before. I can't remember what that was, but I've definitely done that before. I've had ones where this was more YouTubery shenanigans. I've had ones where I've created the live stream, I've set it up, it's got a later date, and I've gone back in and I've clicked to open the details of that live stream, and you should be able to make other edits and click done to say I've saved. And I had one where I went to click done and the buttons swapped around. So that go live is usually on the left and done to say you're finished editing the settings is on the right. I was on autopilot, done. No, they put the buttons the other way around. I've gone live. And as soon as you come out of it, well, that's that live stream done. I mean, you could jump back in like I did earlier here to make the clicking go away, or hopefully make the clicking go away. But if it's not a stream you want to carry on with and you just don't go back in, it's done. So I'd spent this was back when I was an amateur, I'd spent half an hour typing in a description for what the stream was and putting in the tags and doing all the now I have a text file that I copy across, slam in, and then put a little change a sentence at the top. You streamline the process over time. But to have done all that work, go live for 5 seconds by accident and have the whole thing disappear. That's the 2:10 timer then. Jumping out and in. I'm still lost. But I've done that. I did that a few times early on. They kept moving buttons around and moving stuff around and changing stuff, and it was a pain in the lifetime. I'm on 222, it says here now. Oh, jumping out and in. Could be, but it didn't do that. The timer carried on as normal in the second segment, but I had one of those. I've had 2 or 3 where it tells me I'm reconnecting, where it drops me and says so I've come back after reconnecting, like that instantaneous one where I said how long was I gone and you said 0.016 of a second or whatever it was. That's the point where the timer reset from 4 hours whatever to 2 hours whatever. Hopefully YouTube just work it out at the end and it carries on as normal, and I don't lose 2 hours of the live stream from the middle. Is it the middle? Maybe it's the end. I don't know, folks. I am getting a little bit tired. I'm getting a little bit yawny. But that's probably just because I was thinking about how long I've been on. I don't think I'm tired, really. But the numbers are dropping, and there aren't many people. There are not many people here, and I haven't got much in the way of topics. So maybe we will end it in a moment. It says 2:23 on screen. It's 12:30 here. I guess I'm done. Oh, the numbers just jumped up. It always does that. Have you ever noticed that? Goes down to 3. I say, oh, we're going to end it. And suddenly we'll end up with 6 or 10 viewers. Hello, new viewers. If you are indeed new viewers and it's not just YouTube messing me about. If you are new viewers and you hit the thumbs up, you could take me halfway towards the, well, you could take me close towards the record. Was it 23 or was it 25 for the thumbs ups during a live stream? It's not good. It's not many because I'm a small channel, folks. I am a tramp living in a field. Feel free to say hello. Tell me what country you're in. What's the weather like and the temperatures? Where are you? What country? What city? Say hello. If we've spoken before, tell me so. If you're totally new here, I'm open to it. I'm here for you. Yeah, the lifetime is messed. Oh, I frighten them all away. I tell them to come and talk to me in chat, and they drop from 5 or 6 down to 2. Okay, I think we are done that. No, down to 0. Nobody's here. Even Jack Attack's left. Okay. Have you left, Jack Attack? Or is it YouTubery goodness? All right, with the live view counter showing 0, I am going to wish you all the best. I'm going to say cheers. Now the counter's just gone back up from 0 to 1. I am going to call it quits just here, folks. I'm not talking to 0 people. Connecting. Fuck. Okay. I reconnected. It disconnected me. I'm reconnecting just long enough to say, in the tradition of the channel, from Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Bye. It should have been out.